Psalm 133. Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion, for there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
A new command I give you. Love one another. As I have loved you, so you must love one another. By this everyone will know that you are my disciples if you love one another.
Sure.
How are you voting?
I ain't voting for Biden, I'm gonna tell you that. I think I'm very black, judging off the image that I'm watching on the screen.
You've just got a healthy complexion all year round.
I just got a tan, right? So
Yeah, a dark
long
tan. So no, but to me, I honestly think that that's the problem that so many of these major Democratic contenders have, is they put everyone into one category, and
Gotcha.
if you don't fit that mold, then well, they label you still.
Right.
You know, Christ said there is no Greek or Jew, Gentiles, and so forth. But you know, to them, you know, they're supposed to be the tolerant group. They're supposed to be the tolerant party.
Right.
But yeah,
love, it's all about the love, right?
Yeah, well, until you disagree with them.
Right. And
then they don't have no love for you. I remember, you may not know these names, Donna Brazile and Ronna McDaniel.
Vaguely. Educate us, though, brother. Inform us.
Well, Ronna McDaniel was the head of the RNC, and Donna Brazile's been into the Democratic Party for a long time. She used to be on CNN, Crossfire. She's on Fox News now. You probably remember her. In 2016, she was the one on CNN giving out questions to Bernie Sanders, or to Hillary Clinton, but not Bernie Sanders.
Okay.
Well, that was her. Well, she actually told Ronna McDaniel to go to hell not long ago on live television. Did you see that?
I think I recall seeing that. Right.
Well, you see, this is just some more of that DNC tolerant love until you're no longer in the DNC.
Right. I got you.
I mean, think about Joe Biden. He not only says that if you don't vote for me, you're not black, but he says that poor children are just as good as white children, as though white children can't be poor.
Yeah. Joe says a lot of intelligent things, right?
Yeah, and they cover up for this man.
Well, we're not gonna do that on the Brothers Dwelling in Unity show, are we, Brother Billy Ray Patton?
No, sir. Let's not do that.
We're not called to cover up. We're called to expose darkness, right?
Christ says that all things will be brought to light.
That's right. All right. So some of the other topics that we're going to be talking about, we're going to, open up with some prayer. Obviously, we talk about Kenosha and the Wisconsin shooting, right? We're going to also have a segment where we devote a little bit of time to God, and then we'll recap and talk about topics for next week. Maybe we could take some questions from the audience if somebody's watching, right?
Yeah, well, let's hope they are.
That's right. We're on Facebook Live right now. I am going to tag a few people on this, so people know that we're live. And I'm also going to get on the horn and touch base with Mark and Mendez. I know it's some inclement weather taking place around Pennsylvania. So I'm going to go on mute for a second, my brother.
Okay. You want me to
show? You got the con, as they say, right?
You want me to mute as well?
Yeah, you can mute. Take about 5 mics. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back. I like the hat, Bill.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I got to get my support going for the president.
Just be ready for what's coming after that.
That's good. Hey, we can take it. The Saints can take it.
Amen.
Hey, Bill, I'm talking with Mark right now, and I got off the phone with Mendez, so they'll be joining us very shortly. Okay.
Good deal.
All right. How's everything going on that end?
Oh, it's good over here. Just the weather's pretty good. It's gray outside, but could be a lot worse.
Gotcha. Yeah, we had some a little bit of rain. You know, nothing as bad as it getting further east. And I'm in Georgia still right now. But you know, Mark was telling us that he had some hurricane type weather going on, and I think I talked to my mother yesterday, and she was telling me that the wind is whipping up out there. So yeah, be careful out there, Saints. Right? We gotta be careful.
Everybody. Yeah, right. Everybody be careful. And there's a lot of toxicity right now going on.
Hey, so, I blame the Democrats.
Yeah. Hey, I'm sure they'll make somehow to blame Trump for the hurricane.
That's the game we're playing. We got to beat them to the punch.
You remember in 2005 when Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans down there?
Right.
They were talking about how Kanye West was talking about Bush didn't like black people.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hey, Bill, give me 1 second, sir.
All right. Yeah,
I'm going to give again. Okay.
All right.
Alexa, resume. Yeah, so we're waiting for, Mark Anthony Cullum to jump on, and we're waiting for some of the other participants of the Brothers Dwelling in Unity video log / podcast. Some of the things we're going to be talking about politics and, faith from a Christian perspective, right? If I'm not against having anybody on the show who happens to share a different faith, hey, I think that may, be an opportunity to witness, right? Everything's always an opportunity to witness, tell the good news of the gospel, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Amen. When did you come to faith, Bill? How old were you when you accepted Christ or Christ revealed himself to you? Let's share that with the audience there, if you don't mind.
I've always believed. My family's big believers. But as far as being baptized, it wasn't until 2006. It was a sunny July day. I remember I was about 22 years old. No, about 20 years old.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this.
What's up?
Do we associate baptism with an official, I guess, faith? Is that at the point where we believe believers, have the Holy Spirit indwell in them, or can we have the Holy Spirit before that? That's another conversation. I didn't mean to throw that on you, Bill.
No, it can be.
Real surface level, right?
There's people who baptize babies, and they're not ready yet.
Right.
And I don't think baptism is necessarily something you have to have salvation. But I do believe it's a good gesture. I recommend everyone to get it who is sincere.
Right.
But even with that, even if you get baptized, it doesn't mean you have the Spirit in you.
Right. Hey, Bill, thank you for your insights. Hey, I think we got somebody here. Is that?
Yo, what's up, bro?
What's going on, brother?
Ain't too much.
How are you?
I'm gonna turn this camera on in a second. I just
I didn't know if you was camera shy. Now we didn't know.
No, I'm good. I'm going on in a minute, man.
Hey, after a while, you get used to it. You got to see yourself on camera.
Oh man.
I brushed my teeth. I know that before I got on camera.
Listen, I did have to. I had to rebrush and reapply before I got on, man. So I'm coming, man. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
getting
Hey, Bill,
dressed.
this is Kevin Wilson. Me and Kevin go back, to like grade school in Brooklyn. So I'm looking for Kevin to testify to the Saints' toughness. He seen me
Amen.
scrapping in Brooklyn.
Does he
can
still
talk-
scrap up there?
Actually, he's totally lying to you, right? Like, so I think I'm a year older, but I'll tell you, he was the scrapper.
Well, we
I can see that.
Listen, it's not possible to live in Brooklyn without scrapping.
Absolutely not.
Not possible, right?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Oh yeah, Tennessee pretty. Did I tell you my story about Tennessee, Bill?
I don't think so. You had
Listen, I was going to California, and I was coming from South Carolina, right? Just finished the single captain's career, the recruiting company commander's course, which was 3 weeks in Columbia, South Carolina. I forget the name of the base out there. Shame on me, right? Fort. We'll figure it out. But on the way, to California, I drove through Tennessee, and I saw White Castles, and I immediately did a U-turn. Right?
Oh boy.
Haven't had White Castles in a while. They have Crystals up in the South. But
We have White Castles as well.
but not as many as up north, right?
No, yeah, Crystals. I like Crystals better, but I like White Castles as well.
Do you like Crystals better?
I do.
You're definitely a Southern gentleman, because up north we eat White Castles.
I've had White Castle. I like them. They're almost the same thing, really.
Well, the Angel, Angel's listening to our conversation, Bill. That's my daughter, right?
Hi, Angel.
They will definitely put you on the toilet. Let's put it that way.
They're
She
gut
chimed
busters.
there you go, Kevin. Well, she chimed in White Castles, right? So she has East Coast blood running through her,
Hey, they're as good as most hamburgers.
Bill, I gotta disagree with you though.
Oh,
Crystals are not the same as White Castles.
well,
I've
they're
never
better.
had crystals, so I don't know.
Kevin, Crystals, when you see it, you think it's White Castles, right? So you get excited, and then you realize that this is not White Castles.
Is it the same as like the Roy Rogers and Hardy's relationship?
But very similar. Very similar. 1 second, gentlemen. Hey, what's going on, my brother? Hey, Mark, how you doing, brother? Oh, my bad. You waited to get in. There you go. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we got 4. Okay, you got it. I'll give you the feedback. What's going on? Oh, New York's in the house.
Hey, Mark.
What's up? What's up?
All right. What's going on? All right, so we got, say it again, talk again, Mark. Let me hear you.
Yeah. Let me hang you up real quick.
Now, you sound good, brother. I can hear you. Not as boisterous as the last time we were on, sir. You much more even killed. I don't know what you did, but did you go into the settings and adjust the microphone volume?
Yeah, I think I turned the sound down here in the settings here. I turned it down halfway.
Okay, for the mic. Mic. Hey, Kev, how you looking with that video camera, sir?
I'm good. I'm actually just finished drying off. I gotta find a show.
Oh, you know what? My bad, brother. Do your thing. We'll keep. That's what happens when you ask too many questions. See?
I don't think y'all want to see me naked, baby.
Yeah,
Not
we
at
can
all.
censor that.
Not at all. This is not that type of show. All right.
What's up, Billy?
Hey, Mark, how are you, sir?
I'm doing all right. You hear me good down there?
Yeah, you sound good.
All
How's
right.
the
Yeah.
weather up
The
there?
last video, I sounded kind of crazy.
Hey, Mark, what's up with the tiger in the background?
Oh yeah, man. Yo,
Tiger in the attic.
I gotta keep that life-size tiger, man, for real. This thing is big, man.
Now listen. You gotta understand. I've been talking about tigers, man.
A lot.
Y'all been talking to me about tigers, brother.
Yeah. I even look, man.
Oh,
Garfield.
1981, baby.
yeah.
Word. We doing it big over here.
Yeah.
You remember in Germany, I used to have the tigers in my room all the time.
That's right.
I don't know if you've ever been to my room. I used to always have. I still got that white tiger that used to be on the bed.
Is that right?
Yeah, me and my uncle, we got a tiger fetish.
It all makes sense now. It all makes sense.
Yeah, so right here, you know, he's chilling.
Okay, I see.
You know.
All right. I got you.
You have a name?
I call him Ben after my uncle RP. He passed away. Yeah, I was in the store.
How long ago? There's the man.
Hey,
Kevin
Mark.
Wilson. What's going on?
What's going on? What's going on?
Hey, let me give a formal introduction. Billy, you know, this is Kevin Wilson. Mark, this is Kevin Wilson. We grew up together in Brooklyn, right? Brooklyn, right?
All right.
Hey, this guy's from up there too.
Oh, okay.
So Bill and Mark, we know each other, right? We were on here yesterday. Kev, my brother, how are you?
I'm good, baby boy. I'm good, man.
Good. Hey, good to hear you, man. Why don't you, you know, introduce yourself to the team and to the audience? We're actually on Facebook Live right now, streaming, in addition to recording. So, you know, we're gonna put this up and distribute it as wide as possible. So represent for Brooklyn, man. Let them know where you're at.
So listen,
Family, man. I know that, right? So
yeah. So Sean and I go back, man. I mean, you're talking about 9 and 10, 11-year-old kids, man. And, you know, growing up in Brooklyn, man, it's a crazy place, man. I have since relocated. I live in the greater Washington, D.C., Baltimore area now. And, you know, family, kids, and, you know, just doing the work thing right now. And, you know, just kind of trying to live the dream, man. That's it.
Amen.
hey, amen. Hey, Kev, where did we grow up in Brooklyn?
Heights,
What part
baby.
of Brooklyn?
Crown Heights.
Crown Heights, right? There's a rapper, right, who is pretty popular these days, named after an avenue.
That's exactly. And that Ave is called Troy Ave, baby.
Troy Avenue. Okay. No Tories. You can't even, you know, when I saw that there was a rapper named Troy Ave, I said, oh, yeah. He
as a
for
matter
those
of fact,
that know.
we haven't had this conversation, but he's a dude we both may have known back in the day, son.
You know what? He looks familiar. He looks very familiar.
That's a story for another day. I can't like I didn't know the dude personally, but we know of him. Hit the father.
You think I bought a strap with one of his his dad or something? Possibly, right? I'll tell you, you know what? You know, we're blessed because those were the good old days, and we can no longer, you know, do the things that we did out here, and you know, with all the weapons, and you know, nobody wants to fight anymore, right? But you know, I credit that upbringing with me joining the infantry, which is where me and Mark, you know, connected, and it wasn't anything, you know, to do that. We've been fighting all our lives, right?
Word up.
They're gonna pay us to fight. That's okay.
Well
That's okay. We're still fighting for the Lord right now. You know, it's a different fight. The military was a different fight than Brooklyn, right? So you had to adjust. And you know, and I'm originally from the Bronx, so let me not, you know, paint the picture as if the Bronx is all, you know, break dancing and hip hop. It's tough out there too. I got stabbed in the Bronx, right? So there's stuff going on out there as well.
Yes,
but
sir.
you know, it's a different type of fight, right? We had to, and we're still fighting.
Hey, is Mindy coming?
Yeah, I guess Mendez, he was driving last time I talked to him.
There's Mendez right there. He's asking for the password.
Is he?
Yeah, just the link.
So tell him to go into Messenger, and I'll send it to him directly. But if he goes into Messenger, right, there's a group. I just send it directly to him.
I told him to click the link.
Okay, hey Kev. Hey, I don't know if that's your intent, but if we can't see you, if so, that's okay.
No, I'm coming.
Oh, take your time, brother. All right, you got it. Just checking. So he's asking for, okay, I'm gonna get it to him. So what's going on with that weather out there in Pennsylvania, Mark? I know we had some inclement weather.
Yeah, get a little rain, man. A little rain out here. And Pennsylvania is a weird place. Well, give me a second here. Okay. Yeah, so I got some I don't want to say storms, but yesterday it was a little crazy. Got some tree limbs down in the yard, stuff like that. You know, so I wasn't able to join you guys for the synchronization yesterday due to that. My internet was acting up.
Understood.
So I was running behind, man. I got to do 10 push-ups, man. I came to formation late. You know what I'm saying?
That's how we stay in shape.
Man, listen, I got to get in that gym. I was just talking to my nephew. He's in the Marines.
How's he doing?
He's doing good. He said he's about to, go for his sergeant. He made corporal. He's been kind of fast tracking. Wow. It looks like.
I remember when he got in. Has it been that long already? Or how many years has it been now?
Yeah. It's been a minute. I think he's got like 2 years in now. He's got a 5-year sentence. He got a 5-year.
So, jawheads, right? Oh, there's the man.
Yeah. Jawheads, man. Word.
All right.
You know what
Francisco Mendez. ¿Cómo está, señor?
What's going on, Playboy?
What you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, gotta get used to the central timing.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Let me go get something real quick. I gotta show you something. Hold on 1 second. Y'all keep doing y'all thing.
Hey, don't worry about it, Mendez. Third time's the charm. We're gonna get it right next week, right? We're gonna get it right.
Let me give me 1 second.
Okay, you got it. Hey, Francisco, this is Kevin Wilson.
How you doing?
Kevin, this is Francisco Mendez. I served with him in 136 Infantry over Germany, brother.
Salute.
And this is
yeah. I brought something here, man. I got to show y'all something, man. Hold on a second. This is going.
Mendez. Me and Kevin grew up together in Brooklyn. Really a brother.
Beautiful,
perfect for the show. Brothers dwell in unity.
Beautiful.
We don't all share.
Welcome to the fam.
So hold on. I don't know. Let's see if y'all see that.
Yeah, I got that book somewhere.
Yeah. See that right there?
Bravo Company.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Where's Mendez at? He up in here. Yeah. Hold on a second.
I got my little stash going on there,
Yeah, he got that. Yeah, man. Mendez, he had his own original swag back then.
Look at that. Look at that right there.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm gonna if you don't have it, man, I'm gonna make copies of this.
No, I got
what I'm saying?
I got that book.
Oh, okay.
I got one.
We were talking this morning, and I started actually forgetting certain people's names, man. And I was like, yo, hold on a second, I gotta go look at this book. And because I couldn't remember certain people's names, man. But it's weird, like when you see them, it's like, whoa, like everybody again. It's crazy, man.
Right.
Can't replicate that time, man.
No, brother.
We can't. All right,
can't replicate that time.
No, a great time. It was like yesterday. You know what? Anytime you got a bond, gentlemen, I believe that, you don't have to talk for years. Kev, the way me and him linked back up, I had just moved back to Maryland, right? I retired out of 335th Citadel Command in Georgia, which is a 2-star multi-component organization with active guard reserve and regular army and reserve types. And I moved to Maryland. Now this is my brother. I've been looking for Kev, right? For years. And he never showed up on Facebook. I said, oh, well, Facebook's not for everyone. Name. Right, Kevin Wilson, right? It's like dime a dozen, right? It's like Jose Fernandez, right? But it was 2017. I got this invite, and I didn't recognize it at first. But he's like, "Is this Sean Bush from Union Street?" I'm like, "Yo, wait a minute, who this? Who this cat right here, man?" My brother Kevin. We connected. We went out and hung out, right? Got introduced to some of Kevin's people, family. And I appreciate that, again, all the love shown, brother. Heartfelt, man. Had to go to work the next morning. But.
There you go. Right.
Hey, Sean, look at this.
Man, look at that.
You got a tiger. Wait a minute. Kevin Mendez, if you got a tiger, I'm gonna say something's going on.
Yo, we doing our thing, man. Word
Yes,
up.
sir.
You know what I'm saying?
So y'all may not know, you may know, you may not know, but there's a
I'm
book.
looking around for a tiger. I can't find one.
Oh man, I got them all. Trust and believe that. Before the tiger came, it was me.
There's a book called The Tiger in the Attic, right? I had a dream about the family going up some steps in a house, right? We get to the top flight in the house, and there's an attic, right? In the attic, you know, the family's not going up. There's a tiger running around. So I said, I feel like God's talking to me. It's a book about somebody who, a young lady who was in Germany for, I guess around World War II, a Jewish woman. And
Somebody got a chimp?
that's the birds. They want to be on the show. They want to. Well, anyway, we'll talk about that soon. Hey, we got 5 people. I'm hoping some more people will stop by. We're expecting Abel Hernandez, right?
Man, I remember that guy.
High speed, right there.
Word.
Man, the man. Hey, you know what? He's the only one. He's one of the few people that beat me on the PT test on the run. So
yeah, he was fast for a little boy. He was fast.
Yeah, he can move. He can move. He's still moving.
Yeah.
He's still out here running like a cheetah.
Yeah, he's still doing it. You know that's I see it. Yeah, he's still doing it.
Matter of fact, there's an app for all of us that want to get in shape called Strava, right? STRAVA, and it's kind of like a social networking app where you can look at your peers running, and it kind of motivates you. So Michael Pixley and Hernandez, they got me out there running 16 miles. You know.
Hey, listen, if y'all want me to die in the next week, don't put me on that yet. I ain't ready for it. Word up.
You know, like they say. What's that, Mendez?
I won't be a motivation for you on that one.
Hey, let me tell you. They say a hot shower is the best thing after a long when your muscles ache and stuff.
Right.
Man, I was out there in the freezing cold and the elements. I got back. I said, I'm gonna try to make it in the shower. I never had a better shower in my life. Never.
Yeah, I'm gonna be back in the gym. I'm gonna get on that. I'm about to be coaching football here. I think we got a draft on the 5th, so I'm about to be doing that again. 5th and 6th grade. It was televised. We went to the championships and we lost, man. They had this kid, man, that was unbeatable, man. This kid, he just kept running the ball, boy.
They had a ringer.
Yeah, but that's all right though. We was the best team, no matter what. We had a more versatile team, and we had a good squad, man. Right. But looking forward to that.
Hey, anybody remember Chris Gurr? I'm talking to Mendez and Francisco and Mark.
I see the face most likely.
Okay, so he said.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see that face. This is my new phone book because my amnesia kicking in.
Okay. Well, you know what, gentlemen? I think we've been just waiting for everybody to get here again. Hopefully, we got a few people joining us. I'm not sure what the count is on Facebook Live, and I think there's a way to see the comments, right? But Bill, I don't know if you can pull up the stats to see what the audience looks like. Again, we're still working out the kinks, right? We'll get it together. But let's go ahead and get started, right?
Yeah, you know what, Bush, you want to share this to probably the channel, to the actual Bravo company.
I'm with you, brother.
Yeah, but
that's why you're here, man. You see.
I'm still learning this stuff, man. I still, last week, man, I don't know, man. When I tried to press play and I was watching and y'all was talking, I came in, I was like, golly, man. I was like, is there a way to adjust it? Or I was like, man, this is terrible. And I was coming in so loud.
Right. And you know what? I didn't do the best job of advertising this. We'll get much better in the future of
oh no, we just started, man. I don't even care about viewership right now. Like, we just starting and we just having fun, man. The brothers are we got what, 60 or 70 mutuals, and that's just our military buddies, and a lot of them are going to be tuning in. as we start to, break ground or whatever. So,
Kev, do you think we want to invite anybody from Brooklyn?
You know who I want to come in, man? We need to get Jason Sanders on here, man. Word up.
Right. I'm with
Yeah.
You gotta leave these Brooklyn cats alone for a minute till we can gauge the temperature of the room, man. We don't want to start no problems, man.
Hey,
what's going on, Brooklyn? Brooklyn in the house. We got the Bronx, Brooklyn,
Harlem.
You know.
Right, Mark is from Harlem, representing.
And then we got Boricua, man. Me and Mendez, we was holding it down, man. Before Terror Squad and Big Pun and Fat Joe, it was me and Mendez holding it down. We was out there holding it down.
Gotcha. Well, you know what? Hey, let's be authentic, gentlemen. Right? This is the no PC zone, right? No, not non-politically correct. I'm not saying get out here and act like Harlem and Brooklyn, right? But at the same time,
you saw he left the Bronx out of that.
Right. And Bronx is all sunshine and happiness,
Oh yeah. See, he being PC right there. He definitely being PC right there.
Right.
Listen, the Bronx, trust and believe that. I used to go visit my father out there. Once you got to a certain stop, it was like a war zone out there. It looked like that movie, Escape from New York. Back in the 90s, the Bronx is wild.
Russell.
Bronx is a wild place to be. Brooklyn wild too.
We're gonna rep New York. We're gonna do a lot of that. Bill, you're gonna be allowed to say something about Tennessee every once in a while, and Mendez, you can talk about Puerto Rico, every once in a while. But this is the New York thing right now.
Oh, you see that? Why are you trying to bully my homeboy? That's my battle buddy right there. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, man. He's the honorary mention. He can come through Harlem anytime. It's all good.
No doubt. All right. So
hey, you know what? Eventually, man, I'd like to see if I can hook up some special guests on here too, like Smooth B from Nice and Smooth. My homeboy Manson, he just dropped the album.
That'd be huge, man.
We got some people that in the background over here that I could probably set it up. You know what I'm saying? And we can get that going.
What about Mike Green, brother? Hugs for Harlem.
Yeah, Harlem every day, baby. Harlem.
You heard me? I said Mike Green, hugs for Harlem.
Yeah, it was good.
Okay, I got you, bro. I'm with you. So I shared it to Third Platoon. I shared it to Bravo Company, and I'm trying to share it to Second. I think Second has a page. But again, if they don't get the live, they'll get the recording without question.
It's all Pool on.
Oh man. Hey,
it's all Pool on.
Let me ask y'all this: what y'all think about the name? It ties into what you're talking about. But Pool is like a brother to us, right? This is a brotherhood. We're brothers in the faith, right? I believe we're all of the Christian. Kev, I know you grew up in church, man. Kev be trying to act hard, man.
Nope.
No, but we all come from that Christian background, right? So that's one connection that we have, right? The military obviously allows us to, have that camaraderie, and then, again, we're all Donald Trump supporters, right? We all.
Well, that's the most important connection.
I'm gonna just sit right here. My homeboy, he let him speak for me.
There you go. But I came up with this name, right? I think it was God sent. Of course, it's nothing set in stone. It's not about just me. It's about what we want to do, Mark, Anthony, and Mendez, right? Because this is a team, right? But let me know what you think. Brothers dwelling in unity based off of Psalm 133, verse 1. How precious is it when brothers dwell in unity? Behold, how good and pleasant it is when brothers dwell in unity, right? So I think that's the perfect scripture. I got my daughter's boyfriend, Quentin, who works for Black Ink. He's a tattoo artist. So he's nice with the pen, with the graphic design. He went ahead and did up a logo, something that we're revising, but, I stuck something up there. You might have seen it on the timeline. And once we learn how to operate Zoom, I could probably, get nice and flash the logo, but I don't know how to do it right now. So, but more to follow on that. Again, there's an agenda that we're following, gentlemen. you know, we want to open up with prayer. Anybody want to open up with prayer? Anybody want to lead the prayer?
I'm gonna let you get that, Bush. You got that.
Okay, appreciate you, brother. Billy,
What's up?
I defer to you.
All right. Y'all ready? Mark, hat. Sorry. Thank you, Father, for this time together with our brothers, each and every one of us. We thank you for this opportunity to reach out to everyone who's willing to listen. We thank you and we ask you to watch and protect over each and every person listening and bring each and every lost soul home to you. In the name of Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Bill. Again, we're waiting for Abel Hernandez.
I think we gotta go to the CQ desk there, Captain. It's been hot.
You got it. I tell you what, Kev,
what's the first targets up? Go.
I hear you, man. Kev, did you watch the Democrat National Convention or the Republican National Convention, sir?
I took bits and pieces from both. You know, I am I wouldn't say in the politics, but I'm always trying to hear the message, right? And understand, you know, the stances of all those involved. And so I'd be lying if I told you I consumed, you know, both in their entirety, but you know, I've listened.
No, I appreciate it. It was a lot to consume, so there's no knock on you. I caught the highlights myself. I got to do a better job, right? If we're going to talk about these things, we got to come to the table and be well armed, right? But you know, again, we won't spend the whole time talking about it like we did with President Trump last. We talked about Trump for 3 hours.
Yeah, we had a national convention last week on the podcast. It was all night affair. Trump would have been proud.
Very polarizing individual, right?
I didn't watch none of it. And in fact, actually, I didn't even know what was going on, man. I'm so consumed in just running my business and the things that I got going on. I'll be honest, I really shied away from a lot of the news and the politics and stuff, man. It just started getting too crazy, man. Even down to censoring Facebook because I got tired of seeing all the crazy stuff in my news feed. You know, it was like I felt like it was a one-up game going on. You have George Floyd dead, then you got this kid Cannon, and then over here, and people started politicizing deaths of people to try to suit narratives on both sides of the aisle. Now you got the guy Blake, and then now you got this guy that shot him, and so there's too much going on. I'm like, listen, man, that's chaos, man. It's chaos. And honestly, at the end of the day, from a black man perspective, it ain't gonna change nothing. All of that ain't gonna change nothing. People gonna believe what they want to believe. So I first and foremost believe that I gotta take care of what I gotta take care out here for me and my family. You know what I mean? I gotta if the earth is gonna blow up and there's a spaceship and it's got a bunch of seats on it, I gotta fund that for my family. I ain't got time to worry about whether the government gonna give me a seat, or anything like that. So I'm not trying to convince nobody to like me. If you like me, you like me. If you don't like me, hey man, that's great. More power to you. I don't need to convince or anything like that. I'm not downplaying anybody's fight than what they got going on out there. But
keep on making it, baby, right?
Yeah, you just got to keep doing what we're doing, Right. And I ain't got time. I don't got time to get caught up in it.
I'm sorry. What's your name again?
My name is Mark.
Mark. Salute, because that's a mouthful, bro. Like, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's how I do.
Okay.
So it's funny because I think like that so much of what you said is real. Like, right, it feels like this game of one-upsmanship, and it also feels like everyday life has become politicized, right? Like, no longer is it about. Nothing is about what it's actually about.
Right.
Like, everything now has become something where it's like, yo, this thing happens, and you're either on the left side of it or you're either on the right side of it, right? And there's no ground for anywhere in between, which is what's funny is life in itself, and pardon me for the term here, but it is what it is. Life is one big gray area, right? Very seldom is anything that ever happens in life black or white, right? Like there's usually some fine middle ground where the truth lies. But we're at this place now, and maybe we've been here all along, but you know, it seems extreme now. We're at this place where everything, no matter what it is, has to be on this side. It has to be on this. Kind of
well, you know what? We talked about the direction. Thank you, Kevin, for those insights. And Mark, glad to see you again. There's a consensus here as far as understanding, right? But we talked about, you know, the role of each individual within this this podcast, this vlog, and you know, everybody's going to bring their perspectives. They may be different perspectives, but it's going to allow for the big picture to come together, because we're going to be looking at different topics and issues from various angles, right? You know, so you know, we're not just viewing it one way. I may, you know, gain some insight from you know, a point that Bill speaks to through his experience growing up as a white man in Tennessee, right? That I am totally oblivious and ignorant to as a young man who grew up in Brooklyn and the Bronx, right? From an African-American background. You know, so, and Kevin, your perspectives, that's why we got you on the show, sir, because I know you're very pointed and opinionated. You know, so I thank you again for joining us. You know, but to speak to what you were saying, if I may, you know, why is it that we are heading, it seems, it's no longer any middle ground. You got to be on one side or the other almost, right? Why is that? It's almost like it's an interstate.
It's quite simple. Unfortunately, I think it's a bigger conversation than any of us here in it. And essentially, that's what our country does, right? Keep the people down here fighting while the people up here are enjoying life, right? And they're enjoying the fruits of the people's down here's work, right? Like, so, and it becomes this back and forth of who's evil, who's not, what's good, what's bad. But at the end of the day, just let me ask you guys this, like, because I'm so all over the place with a lot of the things that are going on. Who would you support in an election? Let's just not talk about this one, any election, right? Who would you support if there was just two guys, two gals, or whatever it may be, man, woman, just talking about their opinions and talking about what they were going to do for the country, right? Like, imagine a world where there were no parties. You can't be a Republican. You can't be a Democrat. You're just a man representing your opinion versus another man or woman representing his or her opinion, right? And I think too many times we don't listen to what the people are actually saying, and they are supported blindly almost, right? Because, you know, depending on how you were raised, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican, you vote for the Republican guy, you vote for the Democratic guy, regardless of what he says or does, right? And I think that, to me, is the first part of divisiveness. It's like, what if I don't completely agree with him or him, right? Like, what if I'm somewhere in the middle? Or what if I'm, you know, I'm not, me personally, I'm not for, like, party affiliation is a bad thing to me because it doesn't produce creativity, right? It's like, all I have to do is talk to my base. They will vote for me, and the other guys are not going to vote for me no matter what. So it almost becomes a game of, we live in a world where it's just constantly, I'm on his side no matter what, or I'm on her side or his side no matter what. And
that's why I said last week, I'm in the middle. I'm that guy in the middle. The crazies is on the left and the right side. Honestly, I think that there needs to be another party somewhere, you know, to break up the conglomerates, because really, to me, it's this Michael Corleone and then the Tartaglias on on the other side, right? You know, that's all it is. And it's just flip-flops. Sometimes it don't flip-flop. Sometimes it's, you know, the same party, and, you know, it's a nightmare. But you know what I will tell you is that if anybody can't see the extremism that's coming out at this point, that's the reason why I said that I always do what I have to do for me, because people behave, you know, because they have to. People have jobs. We're in the age of social media where you could turn around and do something and wind up losing your job if somebody catch you or whatever. So people get conditioned into believing that, hey, man, you know, everybody's who they say they are. I'll give you an example. Every time I get an applicant for one of my rental properties, they all say the same thing. The animals trained. They're the greatest tenant I'll ever have. You know, all of the script comes in, and then, you know, 6 months later, a year later, a year and a half later, even, you know, you're throwing this person out. There's bed bugs in the apartment. The place is destroyed. It was smoking in it. It would, you know, and of course, then this script comes in. Then I'm the N-word all of a sudden, and or I'm a slumlord, and, you know, all of the usuals, and, you know, so I don't listen to none of that. I let, like they say, men lie, women lie, numbers don't. You know, just let me see your numbers. Let me see your background checks, you know, and we just go off of that. All that extra fluff, to me, it's no different than politics. They all look the same to me. And again, that's why Trump, you know, when he came on the scene, it invigorated people, because people got tired of the establishment. You know what I mean? Right. And you had an establishment. So when you have a guy saying whatever he wants to say, then he was representing the people, that the unspoken people, the unheard people at that point, you know, because you got your establishment types that if you're a Republican, checklist. If you're a Democrat, checklist. You know, if you don't believe this thing, then you can't be that. Trump came in and he was saying whatever he wanted to say. He was cursing out, you know, foreign leaders, doing whatever he wanted to do, and he had the money to back it. He didn't have to worry about endorsements from nobody. So pretty much he was able to just backdoor it. What do you think Kanye West, you know, if he was serious, feels that he could do what he can do, right? Why do you think that after, you know, Trump got in, all these celebrities were like, man, I can run for president now. I don't have to have a day of service in any type of political spectrum. And you know what, if I got enough money, and honestly, there's a lot of celebrities that I think would get in just because of their popularity.
You know what? You know, if I may caveat, Mark, you know, there seems to be a close association, though, with celebrities and politics, especially on the DNC side of the house, on the Democrat side of the house.
Oh, absolutely.
If you look at the differences in the conventions, one of the major differences is that the Democrats had all these celebrities. They have celebrity, right? They want to influence you. Reagan was a you know, an actor, right? Schwarzenegger wasn't a president, but he was a governor, right? I mean, well, yeah, and he's an actor, right? So you often see an easy transition. Look at Kevin Johnson out of California. When I was in recruiting company command out in California, San Joaquin Mighty Warriors, top company, recruiting year 2012, plug, right? Kevin Johnson was the mayor for the city of Sacramento. He was very instrumental in keeping the Kings in place. He brokered the deal. So I think there's a very close tie between, you know, when it comes to the government.
Well, I'll tell you this, sorry for cutting you off. The Democrats have no problem showing who their endorsements are. The Republicans hide this. That's all it is. There's a lot of celebrities that's on that side of the aisle as well. But you know, it's just like in anything. You know, when you have these banks, and then they go, yeah, some mysterious guy is backing this bank and just donated $5 million. Some people don't want their faces attached to that. Right. You know, like honestly, if you look at my Facebook page, I don't attach politics to anything. I don't discuss it. I stick away from certain things. I'm a public figure actually in my area because of the real estate. And I also coach, you know, children's sports. Right. I coached 2 basketball teams this last year, and I'm about to start coaching 5th and 6th grade football. So, and then I'm also a school teacher, and I teach gym. I've been teaching gym for almost 12 years. So I don't attach a lot of stuff to my page because I think it immediately becomes a problem, becomes problematical.
People have to pick
So I just kind of let my views kind of, now it can hang out on the podcast, because we're going to keep it 100 here. But, as far as when my family come through and, there's little kids that I've coached that over the years that their parents are on that page, their families and different things. So I just, and I think that's what you're seeing with the Republicans a lot more because they're conservative and they like to keep that stuff hidden. A lot of people, they want to donate their money and just say, hey, man, appreciate it. Keep it moving, man. Don't you need? In fact, actually.
So let me ask you this, though. So let me ask you this. If that is the case, that there are celebrities on both sides of the house, right, on the Republican and the Democrat side of the house, is it fair to say that the Democrats clearly, the celebrities are more visible when it comes to their support for the party?
More passionate.
Well, I'm going to say more visible, and you just made the point. There are celebrities that support Republicans, but they're in the background, right? They're in the background. With the Democrats, they're kind of like on Front Street almost. Now, why is that? Are they using them to influence?
No, not even using them. No man can be used unless he allows himself to be used if he knows what use is, right?
Right.
So when you see Leonardo DiCaprio, and when it comes to, I'll tell you this, when it comes to a lot of social issues, the Democrats win, right? When it, a lot of people, when they look at the Republicans, a lot of people, so you're saying like, when it comes to,
I disagree with you, brother.
I'll say a lot of social issues, as far as equality and stuff like that. Like, you gotta understand, the Republicans.
That's what they want us to believe. That's the problem right there. They've been pulling
going real quick. Sorry to cut you off on it, but all this is gonna go. I think everything. I'm gonna go back to Kevin comment earlier when he said, "Forget the politics, forget the man." One, my opinion, and second opinion. And if you look at that point that he said, compared to everything that we've been talking about, everything else is a smoke screen. You know what it is? All this politics, all this other. Well, you got
100%
smoke screen. Because at the end of the day, I don't care if it's who's in the blue, who's in the red. Like I said last week, that's just a figurehead. We need to be concentrating from down up internally, because at the end of the day, that senator, that Congress, there's guys are there for 20-some years. You know what I'm trying to say? And those are the ones who write the laws. Those are the ones who make the vote. Those are the ones who make the last before Trump made his 4 years of headache with not voting. And the same thing. Let's say we have Pelosi now making the headache over with Trump. If they wouldn't have the majority on the House, it would have been different. So as we keep talking about that, yes, you're gonna have that smoke screen, that celebrity people out there, those organizations going out there. You're gonna have those other nonprofits being involved, and they're gonna be people in there. And I'm gonna bleed a little bit into the BLM on this one. You know what I mean? And it's like, I know the point of views, but we can probably all agree there's people in those protests and those organizations who are not there for the values of those organizations and making things look bad. Another smoke screen going out there. You know what I mean? So we just got to be involved. Like, am I really here because of the purpose of what we're standing for? Or
Mendez, elaborate on that last point, the smoke screen versus reference to BLM.
Well, at the end of the day, I mean, original organization, we can go to any time. I mean, we can go with guerrillas in Latin America. We can go with the KKK at the same time frame. Organization that got built up to stop Republicans to be helping the slavery. But then in the late 1800s, 1900s, it became completely racial on the side of the house also with that organization. You know what I mean? And the same thing, I do not know so much about the Black Lives Matter movement. Well, I know what I see from TV, but I want to know, okay, what is the purpose? I understand the life matters and all that stuff, but why is there people there involved doing other things that it takes away from the point of view? Now you have other people looking at this organization. I'm like, wait a minute, are they Antifas or are they BLM? You know what I'm trying to say?
Let me answer that for you, just so we're clear, right? I can't speak for every Black person in the country, right? But I can speak from an intelligent Black man's point of view. Black Lives Matter is intended to be just what it says. Yo, Our lives matter. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. We are not better than you. We are not less than you. We want to be treated equally. And that's it, right? So when a person says Black lives matter, it doesn't mean white lives don't, Puerto Ricans don't. It just means our country has made us feel that our lives don't matter. When we are killed by police, nothing happens. When, what's the kid named Cannon, whatever his name, when he was killed by this terrible, vicious asshole of a human being who should burn in hell, right? He's going to jail. Right? Like, he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail. Like, for us, for Black people, when we are killed by other Black people, because that's the other argument that non-Blacks like to throw at us. Well, you guys kill each other. We sure fucking do, right? Like, just like every other race, white people kill white people, Puerto Ricans kill Puerto Ricans, Black people kill Black people. Why are we discussing it, right? It's a given. But for us, when we are killed by police, nothing happens to them. When a Black man, if I kill Mark, I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail. No question about it. If Mark kills me, he's going to jail. All we ask for is when a cop or someone who is sworn to protect us crosses the line and goes to an extreme and kills someone who doesn't deserve to be killed, send him to jail.
Exactly.
That's it.
You know, in Iraq, you had this. I know this definitely happened in my unit. You know, there was guys that went back to be court-martialed because of supposedly they mishandled, you know, people over there. During that time, y'all remember how crazy it was. Terrorists and people have more rights and in an Iraq war than Black men here on American soil. You know, I mean, that's crazy. I mean, they were court-martialing. You couldn't shoot at a mosque. You had to do this. You had to do that. And, you know, had all these stipulations. Okay. And then over here, Breonna Taylor is shot in the house. Tamir Rice, everybody forgot about him when we were sitting there saying, you know, Cannon, and nothing against that child. I think it was a disservice to him and his family because it was so politicized what they were doing to that child that he no longer became rest in peace to this beautiful boy, but a symbol instead. And so because he became a symbol, there was so much pushback from the opposing side at that point. Just like George Floyd, it's not about George Floyd, whether he was a criminal or he wasn't a criminal, like they want to make it out to be. He is a symbol that was the last straw in the basket in the camel's back. And that's what people are not understanding. When they're going, yeah, well, you know, George Floyd, I see it even in these military groups. It's so hurtful. I sit in some of these military groups and I watch how men that are currently serving or former served men talk about Black people, call us jungle bunnies, call us all kinds of crazy stuff. And, you know, you can't take the hood out the person and, you know, and it's sad because I know these are men that probably are NCOs or captains or sergeant majors that are leading men in operations right now, and that have these Facebook accounts and they're trolls or whatever, and they sit on here and they're speaking how they really want to believe, how they really feel. And this is one last thing I'm gonna lead this, but I don't want to blank broad brush anything, but at one point when I was in Iraq, it was nigger in the wire, sergeant call him out the wire. You see what I'm saying? When I was in the wire, you know, there was disrespect and there was sneaky stuff happening. But when I was out the wire, it was Sergeant Cullum. And I never forgot the lessons from that, you know. It was unfortunate. You know, I remember I had a rap song that I had wrote and had it on my wall locker while we were still in Kuwait, and it was vandalized. And because of, you know, because of not me as a person, but just because of what I represented, at one point there was a bet of what, you know, there was like 3 or 4 of us Black guys, and in the unit, and they were like, which black guy is gonna get a CIB first? Like, these are the type of bets that were happening just the United States military.
So Mark, again, I'm sorry, brother, you have to experience those things. Those things are very real, obviously, and very hurtful, and very, very unfortunate for anybody to have to experience. It's my job, gentlemen, to try to keep us to the script. Kind of try to stick to the script here, and I'm going to try to incorporate and tie in what we're talking about in reference to the topics, right, and make it relatable when and where at all possible, and everything gels. We're all talking about, again, America and society at large, faith, the inner workings, Mark, again, and Kevin, we were talking about, believe racism, right? And I wanted Billy, you to jump in reference to a point that was made, because me and Bill, we kind of, we're in ministry together. We really come from that Christian perspective. I don't agree with everything that Billy has to offer now, right? I can't sign off on everything, but a good deal, we do share the same thoughts. So Bill, please speak to some of the points. You can speak to Mark's point, reference to racism, right? I know some of your views, whether or not that's real, or if that's, if racism doesn't exist anymore, right? That's something that the media is just pushing. There was another point, I think, Kevin, what was the last point you made, Kevin, if you remember?
So going back to, it's funny because this is what Mark started the conversation with earlier, right? Like about how the news feeds on Facebook and everything becomes this political thing, right? So just to let y'all know from a black man's perspective, and I think Mark echoed these same words, there is not a black man, woman, nor child on the planet who doesn't hold sympathy for what happened to that child, right? No one in their right mind wants to see a monster get away with murder, right? So let me just state that. It becomes something political when you start to compare it to the George Floyd situation. They are apples and oranges and not the same by any stretch of the imagination, right? And you see these news feeds, because I've seen the post before, like, the media is real quiet on the Connor kid, which Cannon, I think his name was, I'm sorry. Like, I don't think it was quiet at all. Actually, if it was quiet, we wouldn't know about it, right? Like, so that in itself is an oxymoron, right? But there's no one trying to, discredit what that monster did to that child, right? No one, right? But on the flip side, when you take a look at the George Floyd situation, right? The same thing that you hear, I've seen little posts about justice for Cannon, right? Like, what does that mean? Because when we are crying out for justice as Black people and Black Lives Matter, when we're crying out for justice, we mean, hey, Breonna Taylor was in her house asleep. They came in and killed her. And he's on vacation, right? He's in the Caribbean somewhere with a drink in his hand. This monster that killed this child, Cannon, he's in jail. So when we see those kind of things, like, asking for justice for him, well, his trial will come, and I'm pretty sure he'll get the death penalty or something comparable, right? He will get justice. Our justice is different. We can't even get people arrested for murder. We know who killed George Floyd. We watched it. How long did it take for them to even make an arrest? Right? We know who killed Breonna Taylor. We can't even get him arrested.
Well, okay, well, thanks for jogging our memory again, Kevin. Bill, I'm gonna kind of set you up here, but I'm gonna be the first to say it because it might be better received coming from me as a Black man, right? I think, and then you could kind of caveat that too. I think, what we see in the media oftentimes is they'll take an event, right, that suits their agenda, right? And the media is ran by the liberal left, and they will promote that without end, right? Because it fits the agenda.
Yes, sir.
But right, when it doesn't fit the agenda, they don't promote it because it doesn't advance the cause, right? And with that, Bill, I go ahead and pass it to you.
No, I agree. You look at that Cannon kid. If it wasn't for social media, very few people would know about it. I've heard about it very little on television. There's a reason why the hashtag say his name was trending. Just like after the RNC convention, when the blacks were speaking, when some of those blacks were speaking, they were hashtagging Uncle Tom. So I mean, and this was coming from black people. I mean, it's sad, the toxic environment that we are in. I agree with Mark. You know, you turn television off, all these problems just seem to go away. I heard someone ask an Amish man, why is the Amish community not ravaged by COVID-19? Well, it's simple. We don't have television. I mean, and it's created. I mean, these things are created. I'll give an example. Go back to Michael. Oh, yeah. Well, you know, go back to Michael Brown, for example. The media created this whole fake narrative. Don't hands up, don't shoot. Michael Brown never said that. Witnesses there said he never said that. You know, they're pushing this stuff to create a racial divide. And they're doing it purposely. To go back to the RNC, DNC thing, there's a stark differences between them. You know, the two conventions. One of them was an American convention, the RNC, and the other one, you didn't know what was going on. One of the main speakers was a convicted murderer, Donna Hilton. She killed a New York businessman. You know, black on white crime. Of course, you know, that doesn't get polarized like some of the other incidents would. And I'm not trying to make it a racial issue, but you have to ask yourself, why do these things happen the way they happen? You know,
are you looking for an answer to that? Or is that hypothetical?
Well, I mean, if you've got an answer. I mean, if you've got an answer.
I do. I don't think so. Respectfully, I don't think any of it is made up, right? Like the things that happen are real. Now, whether or not they get the machine behind them is something else, right? So just by when you say like the media is creating things, the media doesn't create stories, right? Now they pick and choose which ones they put on Front Street, right?
Yeah, let me interject. There's a segment of society that does believe that the media does create stories, right? False flag events.
Okay, so okay, got it. I can't speak to those people, right? Like I can't speak for them. But when you say something along the lines of, why isn't COVID-19 affecting Amish people, and then say it's because they're not watching television, like, you really think that's it? Or could it possibly just be, just like a lot of people, they're walking around with it and don't know it, right? Like not watching TV is not going to make that go away. That's not something.
Can I speak real quick?
Sure, of course.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna pass the mic right back to you. But I think that, you know, when we talk about being affected by COVID-19, let's say all of America might have COVID-19, right? But it's not the fact that they have it that's affecting them, right? It's all the things that are put into place in order to, you know, I guess keep it contained, it's those things that are really affecting society. Businesses closing down.
Small screen.
Right. Hey, you know, there's a lot of individuals who are high risk, and believe me, they need to be concerned. But for everybody else, right, I think the recovery rate is like 99.9%, something along those lines, right?
Of course.
Yeah, 99.96%.
Let's not make it the bubonic plague, right? Like, no, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, how would you suggest that you handle a pandemic?
Well, see, and that was the point of the Amish. This isn't a pandemic. This is a media created hysteria. I mean, we're talking about.
Okay, so do any of you know anyone who's passed from COVID-19?
Fred the Godson.
I do. I do.
Well,
I do.
And you know what? And my condolences, brother.
It's not made up. It's real.
It's a real virus. It's a real virus. The pandemic is not real.
Now, what do you say to somebody that tells you that they have family or close relative that has passed from COVID-19. You can't say anything, but again, my deepest sympathies, and that's a matter of human decency, right?
Oh, absolutely. And look, the virus is real, but it's got the death rate of the common flu.
That's not the point.
No, that is the point.
It's not. It's not. There is something that has no vaccine or no cure, that although the death toll may be small in comparison to how many people are affected, you can't just walk around with blinders on pretending that that's not happening, because it is.
Well, we live with the flu and we don't shut the country down over it.
How many people do you know that died from the flu? Because we're 180,000 in right now.
No, I mean, I don't know anyone.
The might be high for the flu. To be
honest.
However,
I don't know anyone who died from COVID-19 either. I don't know anyone who.
That doesn't mean it's not real. That may mean it's not real to you. So I don't want to get into your beliefs, because clearly I'm not going to be able to convince you of something that you don't believe. And I pray to God Almighty that it doesn't affect you.
I don't think anybody is arguing the fact that it is a real disease.
No, I think he's kind of saying
it's a real virus. I said it earlier.
Let me say this, if I may, Bill. I'll give it right back to you. I think what is being said, and this is my opinion, it's a legitimate disease. However,
it's a virus.
It's a virus, right? Mm-hmm. It is being weaponized, right? And that's the whole purpose behind it being in existence. It's not that, we got this COVID-19.
Or maybe it's because 180,000 people are dead.
Those numbers, let me tell you something, Kev.
They're inflated.
Bill, speak to that again.
No, Dr.
You know what? Don't. So let me just ask you a quick question.
Okay.
How many people having died from this is okay?
Well, that's just the thing. There are no concrete numbers that suggest that they weren't even able to test.
What he's saying is not even one. Even if it's just one person gone.
Listen, if you think that one person died from COVID-19 justifies shutting down the country.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking a very pointed question, right? You think the number 180,000 is inflated?
These professional medical doctors.
I'm only a human being. I'm only a man. I can only go by what I'm being told. What do you think is the real number?
I don't know. You've got medical doctors coming out and saying that numbers are inflated by at least 25%. Dr. Deborah Burke.
Okay, so 25% of 180,000 is
if they're admitting 25%, what's
45,000, right? Let's shave 45,000, which is 25%. Let's shave 45,000 off of 180.
Well, you know what, Kev, let me speak. Let me speak to this point real quick, gentlemen. It's not that that quantity of people dying is a concern. Guess what? There's people dying daily, related to all types of things. The issue with COVID is that there's a lot of information that suggests that what these people are dying from, right, is not necessarily related to COVID, that they are just telling the doctors, if this condition or criteria is met, make it reflect a COVID.
That's not what I'm arguing. Listen to me carefully, right? Of those 180,000, you tell me the number. You guys tell me, because you're saying it's inflated. And it very well may be. I'm not a know-it-all. I don't pretend to know what I don't know. What I'm asking you is, of those 180,000 dead people, how many of them do you really think is some way related to COVID? Just give me a number.
I have no way to put it on there. I mean, there's no way anyone could put an actual number on there, because they've lied about it this whole time.
Okay. They've lied about it. At what point, what would the death toll have to be for you to be like, yeah, this is bad, it's a pandemic, we got to start shutting the country down?
Well, first of all, we have to have some sense of credible way of testing that this death was actually related to COVID-19. And, that is in question right now.
Well, you're 100%.
Real quick, going on what Kevin's saying, I'm going to throw a number out there just for conversation purpose. Let's say 100,000 people die of COVID-19. And I see what Kevin's saying. It's like, out of those, what is the magic number that we got to say
that would make you feel like this is real or
yeah,
a pandemic?
Get on because we're going with that. I mean, we shut down way early on this thing, you know what I mean? And now we use this as a way to do other stuff. But what I like his point on it, when do we, now that the numbers are going to go up, when are we actually going to say it? Because right now, people really don't even care about this. Not everybody. Can we get that right back? I mean, there's a lot of people out there that's like, you know what, F this, I'm okay, let it come to me. On it. I'm passing it back to you guys. Well, but just conversation and purpose, let's say we go with that.
You know what? So there's this train of thought that the whole reason this COVID-19 businesses exists is because President Trump was killing it, and they had to do some, they being the Democrats and those that don't want him in office, right? They had to do something. And if you think that this type of stuff doesn't go on, you're a little naive, gentlemen. If we believe,
I'm gonna have to say that this thing, the reason why I can't go with that is because before it made it here, it was elsewhere. And I doubt that all these other countries
created here. Exactly.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say this, that this is where it goes back to. I'm gonna tell you this. This is why I go back to where I would say, with me personally, I stay away from all of that, and I have to try to think for myself, because the thing is that people will put a hashtag or they put a title in front of something, release numbers on either side, and you know, it's your option to believe it or don't believe it. But I got family, my family, you know, obviously 3 of us from New York. My mother was, she worked with the New York City Police Department, and she reminds me every day of so many of the people that she has lost, that she personally knew, that from COVID-19. And, you know, this is the thing, when you deal with people in built up areas like that, like out here where I'm at is, you know, they call it a city, but the building is a skyscraper if it's 2 floors high, you know. But where we come from, 32 floors is a projects, and that's not even a skyscraper, and there's 5 million people in a 2-block radius. The difference is when you are dealing with a pandemic in that area, and then out here is that out here everybody believes it doesn't exist. Till just recently, they just released that 52 people in a nursing home about 10 miles away, it just spread through there. I'm gonna say this, I get it, I make money, and when business is shut down, I lose money, but I do believe there's something out there. But you also gotta realize too, these politicians wanna stay in office. So, you know, they have to make sound decisions. One way or the other, somebody's gonna lose their job over this. You know, I don't think this is about trying to get Trump out of office. I believe our freedom is our worst enemy. You know, in China, they were able to seal all the doors and lock people in their buildings, and you know, got rid of it in 2 weeks, right? But you can't do that in America because you got kids running around with M16, shoot people down in protests and stuff. So, you know, our freedom is our worst enemy. Could you imagine the government coming in and saying, hey, listen, for 2 weeks, we're locking everybody in their houses. You're not going to come out, and we're going to eradicate this thing.
That happened, and there were riots, and there were people out with guns, right?
Right.
That happened.
Right, and this is the thing. People with a quarantine where they could have just sat home and didn't go out, and this thing could have gone away because people refused to listen. And they were on Facebook. I've seen it in all the groups. You know, I'm going out. Nobody's going to tell me what I'm going to do. People were telling private businesses what they were going to do in their private. People literally were going into private businesses and saying, I'm going to go in here without a mask on, and you're not going to tell me anything. And so, like, when you're dealing with that, that's why I said you got to take care of yourself as a person. You got to take care of your family, man.
If I may jump in more for a minute, you know the beauty of I guess a get together like this, gentlemen, is just that we all have these different perspectives. Not everybody's going to be willing to come to the table, say what they have to say what they believe, right? And listen to the other individual and potentially grow. People are not willing to come to the table with that mindset. So Mark, I hear what you're saying, brother Kevin. I hear what you're saying, Bill. I got you. And Mendez, you know, this COVID-19 business, Mark, you mentioned China, right? It originated in China. It's not just an American thing. Do you know that there's a perspective out there that I happen to hold, right? That there's a reason why it originated in China, and it's not just an American thing. Trump is not just fighting for America right now, right? There's from the Christian perspective, there are principles that he is in support of, right, that are going to affect the world. America is the last, the last pillar of civility in a world right now, right? The world is on the fringes of, going in a different direction. And President Trump, from the Christian perspective, is an individual who is supporting the Christian principle. And again, this whole COVID-19 business is not just, I guess, an American thing, right? It's a global thing. But guess what? That's why they call it a pandemic, because the agenda is to move the world in a certain direction. John F. Kennedy, he was a Democrat, gentlemen, right? In audience.
The last good one.
The last good Democrat. But you know what? It's funny. I was on a run. The family's in Marietta, Georgia right now. I went on a 2-mile run. I'm trying to get in shape, right? I run by a house. There's a white guy out there, right, with no shirt on. He's spraying his weeds, right? He sees me running by. Nice community. He goes, hey. Bill, I think we were talking about this. Yeah. And, I'm like, okay, hey, what's going on, neighbor? Right? This is the South, right? He motions me over. I go over there. We start talking. He's a Republican. Trump. We talk about COVID-19, right? But we talked about what the president's doing. And I kind of lost my train of thought. Forgive me, gentlemen. But the whole point is that there's a belief that President Trump is fighting a fight much in line. Matter of fact, here you go. I got it back. Work with me, gentlemen. PTSD, 20 years in the military, 10 years infantry, right? Have patience with Brother Bush. Thank you. But he brings up JFK, and he quotes, when he brought up JFK has been on my mind lately because of the quote that he made, right, 7 days before he died, where he was shot. And it was that the quote went something like this: there's a plan to enslave every free American, right? And I plan to expose that plan, right? Before I leave this high and noble office, something along those lines, right? So what was the president speak? Bill, go ahead, please. I'll see you.
No, he wanted to shatter the CIA into 1,000 pieces. And that got him killed. I mean, he wanted to take down the CIA, our government. The same thing Trump's doing that got JFK killed, that got Reagan killed or almost killed. Herbert Walker Bush was head of the CIA at one point in time. His grandfather, his dad, Prescott Bush, George W. Bush's grandfather, financed Hitler's war efforts. I mean, this stuff isn't conspiracy. I mean, there is a deep state. There is a swamp. And I would challenge all of you to watch that documentary, Out of Shadows. You really want to learn about Hollywood? You want to learn about why the Democratic left is full of celebrities? Well, this will tell you why. And it's not just young celebrities can't come out for Republicans because they won't ever get with jobs. And this has been proven. John Voight and guys like that they're established, but if you're younger, you won't get hired in Hollywood if you come out as a Republican. That's the reason why you got so many on the left.
So you don't think right now I could name some Republican celebrities?
Oh,
I'll spare the list of going through it, but you don't think
I'm sure you could. I mean, yeah,
don't spare us, Kevin.
Yeah, John Voight's one of them, and Adam Sandler's another one.
No, I'm just saying. So now I don't pretend to be able to be like, all right, I can start wailing off Republican people that are celebrities. Right? Like, okay, I'll leave that at face value, but I want to get back to, first of all, none of us. I'm sure I can speak for the other gentlemen here. None of us don't believe or are non-believers in conspiracy, right? Let me be clear, right? Like, of course there are, right? Like, and I believe some of them are actually true, right? Like, I'm not fighting that fight. But when we go back to talking about how we got here, coronavirus, and it being a plan to get Trump out of office, it doesn't make sense to me.
Where did it originate?
In China.
It originated in China. Now, what was happening when it originated? Trump
know.
and
Tell me.
China was going to sign phase one of that new trade agreement, January 15th. What else was happening January 15th? The first person to test positive in the United States for the coronavirus left Wuhan, China.
Hold on. Stop right there. Stop right there. Hold on.
No, hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
And what else happened on January 15th? Nancy Pelosi delivered the articles of impeachment to Congress. Now, these things tie in together for a reason. I mean, it's not a conspiracy. Okay. And
wait. So are you done?
No,
I don't want to interrupt.
Actually, I'm not. I'm
go ahead.
Okay. You look at, you're saying it's not a political motive here. Okay. Nancy Pelosi.
That's not what I said.
Okay. Did you not say that?
I do think a part of this is political, but I did not say. All I said was I don't think it's a plot to get Trump out of office.
It actually is. I mean, you go back to when this originated, you had Dr. Fauci saying, don't wear masks. They're not going to need it. They're not going to be needed. And he actually said this virus was not going to hurt us. It was a minuscule chance of hurting us. Why is it changing now that Trump is actually?
Because listen, it's actually you answered your own question. Like, so when he first started coming out and talking about this virus, right? He said exactly what you just said a few minutes ago, right? And it's been our whole point of argument, right? Like, okay, 99.9% of people survive this, right? So to me, at that time, when he said it, he was 100% on point, because at that point you had what? 2 dead people, right? So now, fast forward 7 months later, right? You got 180,000 dead people. Whether you believe that number is, let's call the number 100 dead people, right? Let's eliminate 170.
Let me ask you this, Kev, where'd you get that number from, sir?
Which one?
The 180,000 dead people.
That's roughly where we are right now. 170.
Where'd you get it from? Where'd you get it from?
It's everywhere. It's
everywhere,
MSNBC, it's MSNBC, it's Fox News is saying it, CNN is saying it. Like
that's the problem, though. You know, I need everybody.
But no. What we're not going to do is argue the number, right? Let the number go, because it can be a fake number.
Let's say I'm not arguing the number. I'm arguing the source. You got to understand there's a reason why the president right now is running around and saying fake news, and it's become a very popular term. Because the news is no longer.
There's a reason for that.
There's a reason for that, because now we live in a society in which if it's not the news channel you follow, it's fake news, right?
Hey, I don't like Fox News either.
No. I'm okay. Hold on. I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about as a country. If it's a source that I don't trust, I call it fake news. If it's a source you don't trust, you call it fake news.
Let me ask you this.
So hold on, but I've never.
Let me just ask you this real quick. Is there anybody here that's going to argue that the mainstream media is biased?
Well, I mean, if we're going to do that, I mean, again, that's why I'm going to go by default. I got to go back to what I said again, right? Because it doesn't matter what source. It's always going to be the same.
Well, Mark, let me say this real quick, if I may. Yeah, we got Fox News, and they support the right. Don't get me wrong. But for the large part, the majority of the mainstream is largely liberal left.
Mm-hmm.
That's not.
Is there anybody that would disagree with that right now?
Yeah, I disagree. That's not.
That's a fact.
That's fact.
That's a fact.
Okay. Do you guys know what the term fact means, right?
Quantity.
I should ask you that.
This could be this could be quantified, right?
So what percentage of the media? You guys both give me your number.
90%.
Hold on.
90%.
Message me.
90%. Yeah, I don't even have to hit a question.
And Billy, I assume you believe the same thing.
That's a fact, Kev. Kev. I'm not gonna open my mouth with nonsense.
I don't know, but listen, show me where you can prove that.
Okay, well, look at this.
A fact is something you can prove.
The big six. The big six own 90% of the world's media. I'm talking about news, entertainment, gaming.
What you didn't know is that Bill is the numbers guy.
I'm gonna say this. That almost wouldn't even make sense, to be honest, considering Republicans believe in capitalism and business is their primary, one of the main things that I'm attracted to, at least anyway, right?
Well, go look
So
it
you
up.
mean to tell me that the biggest the side that believes in bootstraps and strapping it up and getting that guap, they don't own nothing. They don't own no. They can't buy into nothing. I'm not buying that. I'm gonna just say, you know, it's about what you do with your money. If the mainstream media is all liberal, then that means that Republicans ain't putting that money where it's supposed to be at, so that they can have those sources. But
do you know that
real quick, Brother Bush? Hey, real quick, I'm gonna go real quick into the comments that we're getting in. We got Mr. Angelo de Fusco.
Fusco.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think I remember him.
Yeah. He went in and said, hey, you have to take into account news has always been by the perception of the people reporting it. So that's why our point of view is mostly the perception. Now, one thing you guys are talking is it credible or non-credible, or can we just go into that point of view? What is the perception as an audience that we are catching, or what are they targeting? We're going into the business side now. Let's look at those both news agency as a business. What is their target market? What is the perception they want to put out there? I'll leave it back to you guys.
Right. No. Because we went into a rabbit hole, right? And that's okay, because that's what these conversations are for, and I enjoy that, right? But we went into a rabbit hole because we were talking about, all right, we went into the 90% left or whatever. I don't have time, the bandwidth, or anything to have that conversation, right?
Facts.
Yeah, facts.
Let's talk
facts,
about
not emotions.
Back to COVID-19.
Numbers.
Right? So, Billy, two things can't be true, right? It can't be fake, but then be created for something to get Trump out of office. Like,
now,
is the pandemic actually real and planted to get Trump out of office, or is it fake?
I told you the virus itself is real. It's a virus. The pandemic is not real. The hysteria behind it is fake.
When in your estimation does a pandemic become real? Because I can't argue your
facts.
opinion, right? Like,
no, it's not opinion, it's facts. Look throughout history.
So wait a minute.
1918,
we are living in a pandemic. That's what it's called right now, and you're telling me that that's not a fact.
Well, it's a fact that they're pushing. I mean, that's what they're wanting you to believe. I mean, come on now. And we've got, you say 180,000 people dead. 1918, we had 50 million people killed.
I part of my argument was, let's get away from that number, right? Because when I say the number, you tell me it's fake. So I don't really care what the number is, right? I'm calling the number 11, right? Let's call the number 17, right? There's 17 dead people. Are you okay with that?
One person is too much, okay? But we've got 39.7 million people living with HIV right now, and the world's not shutting down.
HIV is not contracted by breathing. Like, come on, man. We're smarter than this, Billy. HIV is having sex. You can't compare a disease that you can get a virus when I sneeze on you versus having sex with you. Come on,
with the rate of how loose people are today, that would be a concern for me.
Hey, Mendez, check your private comment.
Well, I mean, I'm serious. I mean, with the amount of loose people out there today, that should worry you.
Okay. I'm not having sex with the country, so I really don't like.
There was a bigger point there. There was a bigger point there.
Number 3,46968 on my list of things to be concerned about, right? Like
well, what about the number of cancers out there? I mean, people
cancer as well is not contagious. You don't catch cancer from sitting next to someone.
Well, what about the number of deaths of?
So wait. Are you just gonna keep naming diseases and sicknesses?
Yeah, all of these things have a greater risk of than the COVID.
Billy, do you fundamentally? You're a smart guy. I know this. I can tell. But are you listening to what you're saying? You're comparing sicknesses and illnesses that are not contracted by contact. If my brother and I both, or if he has HIV, if I sit next to him and we have a conversation, I'm not catching it.
Well, what about the
If I have a conversation with someone with cancer, I'm not catching it. Cancer
how about
and
the flu,
AIDS
though?
are
What about
irrelevant.
the
Yeah,
flu?
exactly. What about the flu?
numbers
I mean,
for
it's got the
flu
same
are
death
very-
rate as COVID.
Right, they're even more contagious than COVID, right? More people
Yeah,
die.
yeah, but listen, hold on. Go ahead.
But we're not shutting the country down. That's the point.
More people die from flu seasonally than COVID. We're not shutting down the country.
That's been proven wrong a long time ago. That's just not true, man. It's just not true.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what.
There is no 6, 7, or 8 month period in which 180,000 people have died from the flu. Never happened.
Those numbers are definitely.
There is no 6, 7, or 8 month period in which even half that number have died from the flu.
I'm going to say this: on any given day, you got that many people and more dying. If there's no way to confirm who's actually dying from what, then what are we talking about? We don't know for
okay.
sure.
So listen. At the end of the day, let
me get this in real quick. We're listening to the mainstream media, right? Who is owned by individuals who have an agenda. That's what I need everybody to.
What is a media outlet that you believe in? Let's just use that one.
You know what? I think that Fox is.
What is your media outlet telling you?
I think Fox is canted to the right. I think 90% of the mainstream media is canted to the left. Right. Me personally, again, I'm here for the Christian principle, the Christian application. Right.
But what media outlet do you believe in? What media outlet will you believe what they say?
I lean towards the right more than the left, right? But even
all right, so let's use Fox.
Let me make this point.
Hold on. Let's use Fox, right?
Let me speak. No. Let me speak to this. And Mark, you made this point earlier, right? I think we always talking about this. And where there's no middle ground anymore. You cannot afford to just play the middle, be on the fence. President Trump's son, right? He wasn't a politician. They were talking about this during the convention. However, right, he was pulled into it because once you get involved, if you're gonna be passive and sit back, they're gonna eat you alive. So he was forced, right, to take a stance, and that's how it is. So they're extreme when they come to their views. Fox used to be objective, right? What was the
fair and balanced, yeah.
I don't think anyone's disagreeing with you.
Well, Kev, let me just say this. They used to be fair and objective. That was his slogan, right? However, they realized that that's not going to get it done, right? You can't play.
That doesn't sell papers and tickets.
Right.
I get it.
Now they're far right, and there's a reason why they're far right, because it's a war.
Listen. I'm not disputing any of that. We get it. Fox is here. CNN is here. I don't think any of us would disagree with it, right? What I'm asking you, Billy Bush specifically, right? Because if
not just me and Billy and Bush, how about Mark and Mendez?
I think Kevin already seen that me and him have a lot that we agree on, so that's why he asking y'all, because he already know how I feel. I already told you I don't even listen to that stuff.
The other two gentlemen seem to agree that we're in a pandemic right now.
I don't know, but Mendez, do you? Right? What are your thoughts,
okay,
Mendez?
Maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
Good.
No, I think, yes, we are in an epidemic because that's what we in. At the end of the day, whether we say it's fabricated or not fabricated, my point of view, we have a virus out there. We don't have a cure for it, and we got a society who does not follow the right instructions.
We actually do have a cure for it. Hydroxychloroquine.
So now listen. When we talk about dead people, because I think, again, we all agree, who knows if that number is real, right? I can't say.
Okay, go back to your original question for me, sir, if you don't mind.
I'm about to get to it.
Okay.
My original question is because it seems more so Billy doesn't seem that we're in a pandemic. And when I throw the numbers out, you guys tell me that it's media driven, right? Tell me a source. And I'm pretty sure what this answer is, but maybe not. Tell me a source that you can read information from or gather information from, and you won't say that it's fake news.
You talking to me or Sean?
Either one of you.
It's not so much as a station or an outlet itself. It's more
Any
individuals.
place that you can get information and you will believe what they tell you.
It's more so individuals. John Solomon, Sarah Carter, Sean Hannity.
Oh, no. You didn't say Sean Hannity, did you?
Yeah, hey,
You didn't say Sean Hannity.
Yes, he did.
Come on, that's a dog and pony show right there.
Well, you know what?
He didn't say Sean Hannity.
A lot of times, you know, you got to go away from the mainstream media to give reality.
Yo, listen,
you really do. Hey, and there's a lot of other ones.
You guys keep circling around. I don't.
Well, let me say this, Kev.
I don't care if it's commercial.
Kev, let me say this.
Tell me something.
Let me say this. Let me say this. It's a problem. You're asking a question that's not as simple as, you know, the answer that you're looking for. You're looking for us to name a source that is not, you know, mainstream that I trust, right? And I'm gonna tell you, there's not a whole lot of them out there. That's why
I don't care if it's mainstream or not. I'm not asking.
One second. There's not a whole lot of commercial sources, right?
I'm not asking for that either.
Well, I don't mean that in the traditional
sense. A source. It could be
your mom. You know what? I'm telling you. Let me tell you.
It could be anybody.
Let me tell you.
That could tell you something that you would believe it.
I just gave you 3 names.
Look for news outside of the mainstream.
I can't even address that. So
I'll be honest with you. I struggle
in this conversation because.
Well, I mean, you're against them.
Hey, real quick on that one. What? Hey, he's just asking. Out of all the sources out there, which one would I go ahead and pick my control?
Mendez. I know what the man's asking. I got 5 degrees, 2 masters, 2 undergrads.
Give me one second. Where do you go? Where you want to go there, Mr.
Hey, listen, I got 5 degrees.
You got CNN,
Kevin, wait a minute. You act like, 1 second. You act like somebody's stupid and we don't understand English. We understand. Stop trying to take it in a different direction. You'll get your answer. Can you listen for a minute? Can you listen for a minute?
His answer. Oh, my
I gave you 3.
Can you listen? Can we? Hey, you know. Now listen. The mainstream media, they are the commercial news. These days, you have to go outside of the commercial media.
We've established that too.
Yes, we have. So it's not so easy, right? There's no one source that, you know, that
in other words, there is no one on the planet that could tell you something and you would straight out just believe it.
No. Listen. Let me give you a perfect example. I remember.
Billy, I appreciate you answering. I can't even rebut that. I'll just leave those names alone. But
Kev, just zip it, brother. Just let me get this off, right? Now thank you.
Yo, we waiting for you, man.
Can I get this off? Yeah, you know, goodness gracious, you know. Hey, I remember watching the mainstream media reporting on the incident, right? And they were twisting and turning it. But when you look at the actual live footage, right? And that's the problem. Nowadays, we have live footage of real activity that's taking place. So, you know, there's no way to refute that this is reality. But the mainstream media, when they report it, they twist it, right? But you sit there and watch a live feed and you'll see what's actually taking place. That's a good example. Now,
on some real, you wasted a lot of our time because we agree with you, right? I completely agree with you.
Hey, you know what? For a second, I had a PTSD flashback. I saw Sergeant Bush, 1st Platoon. He was in the building for about 2 minutes. Yeah. Sergeant Bush was in the building. I was waiting for you to start making people do push-ups, man. Oh man!
Get on swole. Get swole for it.
Hey, listen. I'll tell you this: if I'm gonna listen to anybody, you know, you gotta listen to the guy that everybody hate, right? Michael Savage. If you're gonna listen to somebody that you know, to try to get an idea or to talk about something, you gotta go to the guy that everybody hate. Sean Hannity. Oh my gosh! Come on. Stop.
Hey, y'all.
You know, I got it. You know what? That guy, he's employed by the Republicans, man. He's like, I don't know the other guys or whatever, but I can't.
Well,
I can't even believe.
Another one.
Huh?
Tucker Carlson's another good one. Katie
Yeah.
Pavlich.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Savage, I like him. You know, I used to listen to him a lot.
I like
If
Savage.
you're gonna listen to somebody, listen to somebody that everybody don't like, right? The Republicans don't like Mike Savage because Mike Savage, he off the cuff, keep it 100, right? They not hiring him to come to no Republican National Convention. When you see Hannity, man, he got the trailer, he got all of the beauticians in there, they prettying him up. He's always everywhere with his little pen in his hand and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yo, let me jump in real quick. So
here's a better one. Larry Elder.
The reason I asked you guys that question, right, is that right there is the reason conversations can't go anywhere, right? Because at some point, conversation has to be rooted in fact, right? In order for you to get anywhere, there has to be an accepted.
I just gave you fact. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You're not letting me finish.
What I said? I said
you're not letting,
I was watching a
hold on.
live.
You're not letting me finish.
Same thing you do to me.
No, I'm not. Listen, I heard you talk about the media and it all being slanted, right? Save it. I agree with you 110%, right? I'm on your side with that. Now what I'm telling you is the reason conversation can never happen, equal conversation, is because at some point there has to be a source of truth that the five of us would agree is the truth. And once you don't have that, hold on.
I disagree. I disagree with you.
Once you don't have an agreed upon truth, there is no real conversation.
Well, let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this again. I'm here for one reason, right? I know we're all in the faith. Are we all in the faith?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Thumbs up. Give me thumbs up.
Truth is.
I don't care if you're Catholic, Protestant, whatever it may be, Southern Baptist, non-denominational, but we're all in the faith, right? So when we talk about a source of truth, right? I don't even have to say what that is, right? God says that, the Holy Spirit that is within us, if we are indeed in the faith, guides us into all truth, right? Don't believe every spirit that is presented to us, but we're going to test the spirits, right? So there's another perception that we see with it's the spiritual discernment, and that's based off knowing His word. That's why God says, study to show yourself approved, a workman that needeth not be ashamed, right? Be like the Bereans who studied daily to show themselves, approved, to determine whether or not the things that they were seeing were so. Because if we're Christians and we're in the faith and we consider the Bible to be a source of truth, then we got to look to it. And it's going to tell us and what's going on. That's the lens that we see through. So when I'm talking up here, on this platform, and for the most part, I'm going to say my brother Billy, right? And Mark and Mendez, you're also in the faith. And Kevin, I know you're in the faith as well. The expectation is that we are going to filter some of what we're seeing and our understanding through that Christian lens. And if we're not doing that, I just ask that we take that into consideration. Look at the big picture, right? Through that lens.
No, I agree.
There. Let's say on that part right there. Sorry there, Billy. Going on what you're saying, Bush. As we were talking earlier about what is the fact, what is a credible source of information on it, I will go there, and my point of view is ourselves. What do I mean? By education, like you were just saying, our beliefs, but you were saying our upbringing, what you were saying. My point of view is certain things, it might be different for another. My reality is different for another person's reality, even different world. What is our common denominator? Okay, we can say at the end of the day is what is our foundations on the whole aspect when it comes either with religion or non-religion itself. And at the end of the day is the upbringing. If we're going to see what is going to be the truth of it, at the end of the day, we're the ones. We said at the beginning of this, I said it last week. Cullum said it also. Hey, I'm first for me. You know what I mean? The mask comes up, I put the air, oxygen, then I help the one next to me. You know what I mean? Right. And everything else is just a perception. Like somebody was saying on the comments, it's a perception. How do we, all those media outlets, it's an outlet. We're just receiving what we want to receive interpret it how you want to interpret it. You got a translator and you got an interpreter. Somebody's going to interpret the information. Somebody's going to actually translate that information correctly. Go ahead, Billy.
You got it. You got it. Hey, gentlemen, you know, I'm going to move the conversation along. First of all, let me thank everybody for their insights. Very pointed, very passionate. That's what I'm talking about. We're not all, you know, in agreement, but guess what? That's okay, because again, we're looking at things from different perspectives, different angles, and it helps to shape the big picture, right? It's like pieces of the puzzle coming together.
Well, you know what? I said it before we even got into this conversation. I said, now you understand why I said the news feed is shut off. I don't listen to none of that stuff, you know, because people are going to say, depending on where your life is at and what your position is in life, you know, is what you're going to follow, you know. And the thing is that's what creates extremism, you know, depending on those numbers. So the way I look at it is this thing's out there that's very dangerous, and everybody don't care about you, you know, so you got to take care of yourself. No, you know, I don't want to put my faith in no man's hand. Amen. You know, Amen, first and foremost, I got to take care of me. So I rather than be a victim, I'm gonna take care of my situation, take care of my family situation. I'm gonna let all the crazies on both sides, they can do all that. You know, there's something out there. You know, don't be the guy that don't trust it until it hits home. You know, you guys like so many of these stories about the people that when they get it, then they want to become a martyr and they want to tell everybody and warn everybody. I don't want no part of that. It sounds
like, Mark, you're almost talking about like Second Amendment type stuff, you know? Is that part of what you're speaking?
No, just saying in general, like just whether it's COVID-19, whether it's Cannon, whether it's George Floyd, whether it's this thing or that thing, you have to remember that there's people, this is their job to stay in office. This is how they support their family first and foremost. I'm not saying that every politician is a career guy and that there's people that don't care about people, but you got to understand that there's other motives. These are human beings that go home and they have agendas, and they're going to move their agendas. And to me, anything that you have to sign up.
It sounds like you're describing our very next topic in the Brothers Dwelling in Unity forum here. And that is that of Joe Biden. I think he fits the criteria for what you just, you know, discussed and described perfectly. Anybody want to chime in on Joe Biden and his career as a politician and his run for office here? Anybody?
47 years in Washington, and he's blaming Trump for 4 prosperous years.
Hey, well, Kevin, I want to hear this. Go ahead and defend Joe Biden, sir, because I'm waiting.
I'm good. It's
just you don't want none of that.
No, I mean, so you said
bill.
He's blaming Trump for what?
Everything.
Well, I mean, he's blaming him for the racial tensions in this country.
Okay, I'm sorry. Somebody talk about the '94 crime bill other than Billy Ray Parrish, if you would. And can anybody speak to that?
I don't know about that.
I want to say, yeah, I don't study all of that stuff, but I will tell you this: that Biden.
Wait a minute. Let's not gloss over that. This is significant. In terms of Joe Biden, the man that is running for office, and if we don't know what his legacy is, it is the '94 crime bill. I believe it was put into law in '94, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
it was
you're correct.
In '84, right? He wrote it in '84 with his own pen, his own hand, right? And Bill Clinton introduced and signed off on it, and it became law in 1994, and it put.
Well, you know, real quick for the people that's watching, go ahead and explain what that is, so that they know.
You got to go ahead and let everybody know what that bill is.
I'm seasoning up, Jim. Jim, I got 5 degrees, fellas, man, y'all.
Let's go. Let's make it happen, Dr. You got the CQ tape.
You got to stop. You got to stop. Like we're questioning your intelligence. Nobody's questioning your intelligence. We just want you to
put it out there for the people that's watching. Go ahead and
I'm feeling away right now. All right, now right. I hear what you're saying. I take the long way around, fellas. Pardon me, right? I'm a military officer, right?
Get swole.
Hey, my son, he's a big dude. He's like over 200 pounds. He's 12 years old. You trying to do this to me, man?
Let's go.
Hey, you know what?
Mark us up.
Yeah. Listen, the 94 crime bill, the significance of that, right? It was written in 1984 by Joe Biden. Yeah, I see you looking it up, Mark.
Oh no, I just texted somebody real quick, friend.
It disproportionately placed African Americans in the prison system more effectively than any other law in the history of laws, right? So now he's teamed up with Mrs. Also, right, throw a black man in jail, right? Kamala Harris, honorable mention, right? And they're going to put black people away like you've never seen if we vote them in. That's a train of thought, right? Because that's what history has shown.
I guess you can literally say they're locking up the black vote.
So here's what's funny. Let's not pretend, right? Like, God, I don't want to be too controversial here, but
bring it. That's what we're at the table.
I love the energy. Kevin is on point.
Let's not pretend that anybody white gives 2 cents about the black people that.
Well, wait a minute. If you don't vote for Biden, you're not black.
Hold on, disproportionately, because that's actually what we're fighting, right? And us being a country divided, those are the kind of things that we are divided on, right? How people who are minorities are policed and disproportionately thrown in jail, right? So, hey, let's not pretend that now you're suddenly opposed to that, because you're not. Stop it. Now, let me also...
Wait. Who?
Yeah,
anybody white.
Anybody white?
Anybody white?
Wait a minute. What about the First Step Act?
Hold on, I was about to address that. Wait, what's the first one? Let me make sure I'm addressing the right thing. What's the first? What are you talking about?
So that is Bill. Would you care to elaborate, sir?
I would like to ask. I'm a white man, so I don't care about what.
So let me get this straight.
Okay.
Biden and Kamala Harris disproportionately threw black men in jail, right?
I love my sister, by the way. I love
no question. Listen, because I'm gonna talk about that.
Not bashing her.
I'm gonna talk about that later. However, when you are talking about Trump versus Biden, right? Let's not pretend that Trump supporters, the main reason you don't want Biden in office is because he threw black men in jail. Like,
I don't want Biden because he's wrong for America. I don't care.
Okay, so no. I can respect that. I'm not going to disagree with that. I don't think he's God's gift to the earth either, right?
But wait a minute, Kev. What about Black Lives Matter?
That was the same.
What about Black Lives Matter?
What do you mean?
You heard what you just said? You said let's not pretend that white people, for the most part, really care too much about what happens to the black man. But what about Black Lives Matter? All these white people acting like...
No kidding.
Hold on. What I said was, and quote me correctly, this is being recorded so we can have it quoted correctly. My direct statement, let's not pretend that a Trump supporter is not voting for Biden because a Trump supporter feels like Biden threw too many black men in jail.
I heard all white men. I heard all white people.
Okay, one more time. Let's not pretend that a Trump supporter.
That is good.
The main reason a Trump supporter. Okay, I'm try again. A Trump supporter, their main objection, or the reason you're not voting for Joe Biden, is not because he disproportionately threw black men in jail. Am I wrong?
I think that would be a reason to vote against them.
I hear what you're saying. Let me speak to that.
Yeah,
I got you. Let me speak to that.
You as a black man should be against that.
Most Trump supporters.
Now, hold on. Now I'm going to tell you how we got here. Because unfortunately, I have to say something that I don't know if you can relate to. I am from Brooklyn, New York, and I am from a place in which in the 1980s and the early 90s, New York City was a crime zoo, right? Ooh. Let's not pretend that there were not black people who were like, look, this place needs to be cleaned up. There are black people And then there are these dudes out here who are making our city a terrible place. Sean, you know what I'm talking about, right? Let's not pretend that doesn't agree. Just because I want to live in a safe city, when I want to live in a safe city and I want these thugs and criminals thrown in jail, does not mean that I want my, I want it disproportionate. I want the thugs, whether he's black, white, Mexican, Asian, I don't care what he is, get him out of my neighborhood, right? So
I agree.
So what happens is, because there was a law put in place, the law wasn't written to throw black men in jail. The law was written to throw criminals in jail.
But you gotta understand.
And so what happens is no different from what you see happening today. Black people are policed differently from white people. So at the end of the day, black people in these poor communities.
So let me ask you this.
Hold on, because you gotta hear me out. Because I'm trying to give you an example of why black people are voting for Joe Biden, even in regards to what you said about him throwing black people in jail. It's a complete misrepresentation of what happened, right? There were laws that were needed to throw these criminals in jail.
But Kev, let me jump off a minute.
Hold on. Black people are policed differently. It is what it is. And that's not because of Joe Biden. That's not because of Kamala Harris. Black people are policed differently. And we know.
Kev, can I get a minute to speak to that?
Yeah, of course, go.
Mark, and everybody, thank you for your patience. I know I'm talking a lot, I want everybody to just consider for a moment that the fact is what it is. It doesn't matter what the intent was, right? I'm going to beg.
No, stop. Intent matters in everything in life.
Let me say this.
Intent matters.
I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to argue the intent right now. But what I am going to speak to is.
But you did say intent doesn't matter.
Wait, 1 minute. I am going to argue the intent, but I'm not going to argue it primarily right now. I'm going to speak to the intent in a second, because I think we're being a little naive, right? However, the fact is that the result of the '94 crime bill was that blacks were placed in the prison system in a disproportionate number in relation to their counterparts. More, that it is what it is. Now,
all right, let me ask you a question.
Why do you think that happened?
But Mark, let me say one thing. Let me just wrap this up, and I'll give it to you, Mark. Right? Thank you for your patience. It's a fact. The numbers show it, right? That blacks were imprisoned, right? And probably because, guess what?
That was before the '94 crime bill, too, though. Let's be clear about that.
But once the '94 crime
blacks have been disproportionately arrested, locked up.
But guess what, Kev?
The duration of our lives.
I think
that didn't just start happening in '94.
But listen, that's my point. It speaks to the point that bill, right, was not. You don't think the president? You don't think these people know what's going on when they write the laws that the drugs are being flooded into the community? That all the crime was going on in New York City?
Of course they do.
They knew this as they wrote those laws. Biden knew that. As he was pitting that policy, he knew this was going to affect the black community. And guess what? They use African Americans. Let me say this. They use African Americans.
You clearly didn't listen to my whole point.
Hey, what I'm saying, Kev. They used African Americans in the prison system. It's this slavery. And Bill, this is where we do differ a little bit. Right?
But Joe Biden didn't start that. Be clear, man.
One second. I do believe that it's, right. You had Jim Crow. Prison is just another form of Jim Crow now, gentlemen.
That's all. I agree with you.
So I understand, Bill, but it's Joe
Biden didn't start Jim Crow, though.
Systematic racism is still.
What I was addressing was the '94 crime bill.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And I told you how we got to where we got to. Basically,
right.
There are black people, because I grew up in this. You grew up in this, so there are black people who were like, yes, throw them in jail.
Right,
I'm tired of my community being ravaged
right.
with thugs and with hoodlums.
Right.
So yes, there are black people who were like, no, put them in jail.
Well, let's paint the whole picture. Now, nobody's a thug and a hoodlum for no reason, gentlemen, right? they're doing these things because they're trying to put food on the table. This is they're trying to eat, and these things were flooded. And I remember when crack hit, it changed the communities. You know, I could look at somebody's eye. I had a homeboy. He was a little older. We used to wrestle, whatever. He started selling drugs, man. He wasn't the same, man. He was a zombie, man. You know, it sucked the humanity out of people, right?
But that's why it created factions, because we all grew up in that. The 90s or the 80s, the crack vials was in the buildings, they was in the courtyards, we playing tag, and it was just a everyday way of life for us. But there's the factions, because people still, there was the victims, right? Everybody doesn't deal with poverty the same. So, my parents, regardless of the situation that we were exposed to and that we lived in, my parents still tried to live a dignified life. And, that didn't mean that they weren't going to become victims, or we weren't going to become victims of the violence and the stuff that was happening. They were slashing people's faces and doing all kinds of things. So all these years later, when we look back at that, for political purposes, we want to just harp on that this was written just to throw people in jail. But during that era when I was coming up and kids were getting shot in the street, getting shot in the buildings, getting shot in the courtyards, the drugs was there. Harlem, there was a liquor store on every corner, and then a funeral home on every other corner. And every other day somebody was, we was going to see somebody laid out or stretched out, poverty was real, but the thing is that out of that became anger, because the victimization, all those projects in Harlem, St. Nick, Grant, Manhattanville, all these projects right there, and you're right in the middle, of that stuff. And I remember getting robbed on Christmas and all my toys was taken, it was that crazy. So, there was times in my life growing up that I started having resentment, because of the things that was happening within my own community. So I don't want to pretend that now all of a sudden, for political purposes, we're going to look back and just say that he just wrote this just to throw people in jail. Correct. I could have lost relatives, and I did lose friends, and I did lose people in that war. That drug war that was going on. Look at what the rappers was talking about during that era, the mafioso style, and everybody was, the name on the blimp and all of that. Times have changed now. It's funny, right? Because Harlem now is gentrified after 2007. Okay, now you go to Harlem and there's white people walking poodles around. There's police everywhere. The 28th precinct was right behind my building, but people were getting shot in my building when we were there, right? Now, before the gentrification, all the buildings around my block were abandoned. We used to play in the rubble and run around and crack vials and different things like that. It's so funny how the policing has changed now that white people are there. So there was a lot of things that could have changed, whether it was a Republican or a Democrat at that time, that could have prevented that stuff. But yeah, so I don't want us to get too focused on just looking at from 20 years difference perspective and forgetting that during that time, same thing in Chicago. If you go to Chicago right now, there's people that absolutely want all of these gangs broken up because their kids are being marched to the buses, okay, with police and guard dogs and stuff. Children are being executed down there every day. And 20 years from now, on some podcast, there's going to be some crime bill or something that people are going to be talking about in Chicago. And you know what? They're going to relate back to the same thing. It's heavy down there. Families are losing 3 brothers and 3 sisters, and, over years from the shootings that's happening down there. I listen to drill rap music, but I also cry inside, right? When I look at these young cats, they put out a song and their life expectancy is a year if they even make it that long. The minute they mention somebody else's crew member, they're dead or they found slumped or whatever. So we just don't want to get caught in the middle of that. We want to be able to step back from that and realize what we're actually looking at. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with a lot of these things. Even right now, Chicago.
You just,
right?
So Chicago right now, and Mark, I heard you mentioned it. Chicago ain't that much different from where Brooklyn and Harlem and the Bronx
Right.
were back then, right? And again, I'm telling you, I get how, you know, Trump supporters can very easily use that against Biden, right? Like, I get it. Like, it's politics at its best. Use something that happened under his watch or during his time against him. I get it. What I'm telling you, though, is that crime bill wasn't the start of Black people being disproportionately arrested, thrown in jail, all of those things. Joe Biden didn't start that. Like, and you can't, I get it. Like, you know, you got the hat on as a Trump supporter. I get it. That's an easy score. That's a layup, right? Like, if I want to, you know, if I'm debating somebody, hey, he locked up a lot of people. That's easy, right? Like, but I challenge you to look a little bit deeper into what really happened there than versus weaponizing something that you probably were unaware of. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm aware of it because I lived it. I lived there. I'm from that place. I'm from those communities where we as Black people,
I'm not
at times, you too. We as Black people, we wanted other Black people thrown in jail. It's real.
Hey, if I could just chime in one last time, then I'm gonna let y'all get it back again. And if we're gonna do this with Biden, then we got to be honest. What Giuliani did. What did Giuliani do? Giuliani, he came right in and took advantage during that crack era, and when those racketeering laws and all of that stuff came in, and people was getting sent away for 1,000 years, right? If Giuliani was running for president right now, guaranteed we'd be listening to that too, and then, you know, or maybe not, because now, you know, it wouldn't make sense to target Biden for this when we could look at that. Now, I'm not saying Biden is a candidate that we should look at. I think he's made a lot of mistakes in how he speaks. Because he tries to pander, and I don't like pandering. He goes to the Breakfast Club, he misspeaks, and, you know, it's clear you can see that he's trying to grab votes. So this is the reason why his credibility with people that are awake, you know, we're able to see that. You know, but we want to make sure we don't get caught up in, you know, the media and the memes and, you know, the things that they're targeting, because there's real stuff that we really need to talk about with these elections, and not just, you know, things that, like Kevin was saying, that stuff been happening. Cops been running through those blocks, you know, before.
And it's gonna keep happening. We gotta understand is no matter, it's gonna take generation for changes, and it's gonna take education for changes. I mean, I did a little fact check here, like you guys been doing, and I even looked at that bill up. I mean, 188 votes with Democrats, 46 Republicans for that vote on it. So with that being said, it's a federal law that came out on it, and we're talking about community-based experience and situation. So let's go from that level, from the community. Like I say, we got to start local to go global. We got to start locally, right there. You know what I mean? We can talk BS about both guys, but like I said, who is the one running my street? Who is the one that's making that law every time I go outside my door? It's not Trump. He's a federal government. There's 3 different stages. You got federal, state, and local government on it that we got to be understanding. Local government blames government. Government makes federal, and all this too always blame federal government for anything on it. And that's one thing. There's policies in place. There's procedures in place. And there's responsibility in place that we even elect on it. We concentrate on who's on the top, but we forget about who is doing the bottom and actually making those changes. Who is my representative from my side?
If I may speak to those numbers that you just threw out, it's interesting that there was so many Democrats in support of that law that was.
I just told you why, though.
Right,
I told you why.
We got somebody in the audience that agrees with your point, Kevin. That's watching via Facebook Live. I don't know if I want to shout her out, but you know,
go ahead, put it out there.
No, I don't. You know, people may not want that. You know, I mean, they all
Facebook Live. We get you.
Denario Ben, you made the point that.
Hey, Sergeant Jackson wants to jump in.
We'll let Jack in. Hey, somebody send Jack the link. You know, without question. Let's get Jack in here. That crime bill was just another form of legislation to get more Black people in jail. Not new. And Kev, that's what you're saying. Mark, that's what you're saying. This has been going on. And guess what? That's what I'm saying too. It's not new.
Well, hold on. My argument is a little bit more nuanced though, right? Because it is a fact that was going on too. What I'm telling you is like when Francisco just called out the numbers that were overwhelmingly Democrats voted for this, right? My point to you is I guarantee you that at that time, if you polled the black people in the inner cities of America, they were in support of that because their streets were being ravaged, man.
Without
You understand
question.
what I'm saying? And
Without question.
so I get how, you know,
Right.
black people being disproportionately arrested and locked up is nothing new, right? What I'm telling you is at that time of that crime bill, there were people in support of that because their neighborhoods and their cities were being ravaged with crime, man.
Right.
And we have to stop lumping black people together.
Well, let me ask you this.
All black people are not the same.
Anytime that a situation exists, you have to ask why, and then you have to ask why for the answer that's resulted that we get. So how do we think that black people were, I guess, so involved in these illegal and illicit activities? What's the answer, gentlemen?
Oh, well, that's as simple. We all know the answer to that, man. When you in the hood and you ain't got no opportunity, you do what you got to do, right?
Right.
That is what it is.
Listen, when we all know this, let's not pretend that
that's nothing.
Again, we ask why, and then we get an answer, and then we peel back the onion again, right? But when it comes to these communities, right, that are economically disadvantaged, like the South Bronx and Brooklyn, Harlem, right? Why is that the case?
Crime is always going to be higher in the inner city and places of
Look at the why is it
well, for one, say that again.
Why are there higher crime rates in the cities? And a lot of times people go to cities for jobs, right? But why, when it comes to certain...
Oh, no. Come on now. Listen, if you go to Manhattan and you go down anywhere below 96th Street, where the white people, right, have the opportunities, those jobs was never for black people down there. Let's be real. When you go past 96th Street, once you get to 110th Street, and you enter Harlem...
One minute, why were those jobs never for black people? Help me out.
Oh, you know why. Because we didn't own the jobs. Listen, we didn't own the jobs. Why do you think that affirmative action and certain programs was put into place? Because people wasn't hiring. I remember myself going down to Lower Manhattan when the World Trade Center was still there and actually trying to get a job down there. Listen, the opportunities are way different, and they were way different, especially at that time. Right. If you look at a lot of the black schools that were in Harlem, they're not even there anymore. They're gone. Where's the funding?
Is it fair to say that the system is not?
Hey, Bush, check your stuff. Hey, let Jack in.
Okay. Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Look, this is the thing. Look at this right here. Right.
Welcome.
You look at a project. 1 second. I'm gonna get you a projects. You talking about a building, one building, probably of in a complex that's 10 buildings, 32 floors high, 26 apartments across, right? There's not enough jobs. There was never enough jobs to keep those people employed. The education we were receiving, I remember this personally, the books that I was getting in school, the president is in office for 8 years, 4 if he's not lucky enough, I guess. But our books had our parents' names in them. I guarantee if you went down to the school where Macaulay Culkin went to down there on 61st Street, that their books were updated. Right here where I'm at in Altoona, Pennsylvania, okay? They're building a huge school that's really nice, right? We never saw nothing like that in Harlem. There was not. Why were all those buildings? They were owned that were burnt out in Harlem. They could have fixed them, right? Who owned those buildings?
All I'm getting at is that this is intentional, gentlemen. Correct me, as far as we understand. No. This is not happenstance.
What's going on, sorry?
Now, wait a minute. We got to give the man the proper introduction. Hey, Saul Jackson, Pierre, an honor and privilege. What's going on? How are you?
Hey, leave that Saul Jackson shit out of it, man.
Yo, man, it's been like a minute, man. What's good?
What's up?
Yo,
I agree with everything you guys are saying. I promise you I do. Billy, I agree with you, but we as veterans, we need to look at the long term of what's going on. I'm being honest with you. with Bush, let's be honest, Bush is a racist. We know that.
I know. I told him that the other day.
Yeah, and we know what we're getting with Bush. Biden and that Kamala Harris, or whatever her name is, man. If we as veterans and we got families and we got kids, we're screwed. Anytime a Democrat, look at everything, anytime a Democrat is in office, veterans are screwed in the long run. So I got to look out. I agree with Cullum. I got to look out for feeding my damn family. I'm a single parent of a 14-year-old son. He's with me right now. I'm a single damn parent, and my son comes first before anything. And Bush, just like you said, you know, the Second Amendment, man. I got enough arsenal right here, man, in my house. I can hold by myself with 4 weapons: a Kel-Tec KSG shotgun that hold 14, one in the chamber, that's 15, an AR-15, a 45, a 40, and I'm going to get some other stuff. But I can hold somebody off with all 4 of them weapons for 90 days by myself, man. Because if you look at it, it's more to it than what a lot of people what we're seeing. It's like a smoke screen right now. We're trying to get to the objective. They smoking us. What Cullum said is right. I'm being honest with you. This pandemic stuff, man. Yeah, you can believe it. And I want you to see something. Why did they say it hit only 4? Now this is what they covered today. It only hit 4 people in Trump's little Republican, whatever they did that shit. And, right. But with and I don't mean no disrespect by using profanity, and I'm gonna check myself on that. I'm sorry, but with the Democrats, when they did theirs, you don't hear nothing about that. Why nobody's saying about the pandemic hit them? This media stuff. With the brother, what's the other brother name? I didn't get his name, from Brooklyn. I'm just gonna call him Brooklyn.
Mark.
Yeah, Mark.
Oh, Kevin.
Oh, Kevin.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm sorry.
Marcus Cullum, yeah, but
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, Kevin Wilson. Hey, that's my homeboy, Jack, from back in the day, man. You seen me getting it in, man. Kevin, I need you to tell that story, man.
Respect and thank you for your service.
All right.
Yeah, but what he's saying, what that brother's saying is so true, man. Everybody, we all got valid points. It's okay to agree to disagree, man. But the thing is, when we come to the table, we need to hear each other out. And everybody got a valid point that has spoken tonight. And I honestly, I believe that wholeheartedly. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think we're gonna be in the right place, and that's just my opinion. Everybody got opinions, like everybody got buttholes. I don't think we're gonna be in the right place if Biden is in there, you know, or
I can respect that. I can respect that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And what you said about that basically that little 3-strike rule. What was the 94th or whatever they did?
94 crime bill, right?
Yeah. That 3-strike rule. Yeah, you know. Let's be real about it. If you want to talk about police started way back in the days with slavery. They sent them out there to pick up the runaway slaves. Police started. We do have a problem with racism. Racism is not going anywhere, no matter how we look at it or
Jack, let me jump in for a minute. Now, Bill, I need you to speak to your perspective, because I don't want to throw the spotlight too much on you. But Bill, what do you feel about racism? Does it exist or does it not exist right now? If you don't mind, Jack, let me just.
I like what Kevin said there. You can't label all black people the same. I'll give you an example. One. Larry Elder says there's no systemic racism. Herman Cain, no systemic racism. And you go down that list. Jesse Lee Peterson, no systemic racism, and on and on and on. Candace Owens. I mean, these. Maybe it is a matter of perspective or how you're looking at things, but data and stats say there is no systemic racism. Now, you ask about racism or a mindset of racism. Well, that's hatred in the heart.
It's taught. You're right, brother. It's taught.
I mean, it's a matter of the heart. I mean, and until we all come back to Christ, it's always going to be that way. And I mean, that's just. But I mean, as far as
talk about Herman Cain, those are the few. Because let me tell you something. Once a lot of people make it. I
wasn't even going to say nothing. I was just going to let that go.
But no, I can't let that go, because once a lot of people make it up there, we as blacks, we forget where we came from, and we don't pull the next person up. It's true when they say we're crabs in a bucket, but systemic racism is there. I lived it. If you was in the military and you were black, do you know? I'm being honest with you guys. When I made the E7 list, a lady told me, in Freebird, she said, change your ethnicity and put other.
Oh, I remember that.
Hey,
remember that.
You put other, you guaranteed if you black, you Hispanic, you get picked up just as quick as a white person would. And that came from a white person that worked in the PSB. Now, you can't tell me I lived it. I was at 101st and I was told I was nothing but a nigga corporal. And I was a DA order. They don't do DA orders. They do this 4187 BS. But I was a DA order. I had orders from DA Department of the Army, corporal. I still got my orders. But yet and still, I was told I was nothing but a nigger corporal. And I whooped his ass now. I ain't gonna lie. He's a staff sergeant folks. And that's the honest God truth. I beat the dog shit out of him. I knew I was going to jail, but I didn't. First time put me on a 4-day pass because of what he said. Now, I lived it in the military prior to me being light infantry, then coming to mechanized. Mechanized, when I came to mechanized, was totally different.
You talking about 136, Jack?
No, I became mechanized, man, after Desert Storm, Desert Shield. See, I was in Panama, Desert Storm, and Desert Shield before I even came to 136. I already been to 2 conflicts, 1 war and 1 conflict. So, you know, I had combat up under my belt. You know what I'm saying? But bottom line is, man, back in the days, I'm keeping it 100 with you. You didn't see that many Black Rangers because of the Ranger Battalion, and any Black man that been to a Ranger Battalion tell you it's racism there. It's racism in this world. I didn't really experience racism, man, until I came into the military. And I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And you know, I went to a school when I first went to high school, man. They did the desegregation stuff. You know what I'm saying? But we all get along. And coming up, going to the country, from the city to the country, my grandfather, man, whites, blacks, and everybody got along. And I'm Creole and Cajun. I'm half Creole and I'm half Cajun. I got some Choctaw in you. I know my lineage. But bottom line is, there is systemic racism, and we don't want to see it. But racism was taught. It's a learned behavior.
So let me ask you this question. Let me ask you a pointed question. When the 94 bill, given the fact that it's of some of us opinion that there's a systematic approach towards racism and implementing policies, do you think that was written by Biden, right? Who said, fast forward 2020, if you don't vote for Biden, you're not Black, right? Do you think that he intently framed that to disproportionately affect Black people? Or was it something very, I guess, not as nefarious as that?
He said that because it's clear to most, again, not all for anything, it is clear to most Black people that Donald Trump is racist, right? So when Joe Biden says that, he's just saying simply like, yo, this dude is a racist. And if you vote for him, then you're okay with that.
Well, I'll quote Larry Elder on this. If he's a racist, he's a bad one.
Hey, but honestly, Biden's a racist too. They didn't got Biden calling people using the N-word.
Here's what's funny. None of us, I haven't heard anybody disagree with it. Like, at the end of the day, you got 2 white men running for president.
Come on, we got to get somebody who can defend Biden. So listen, not all of us agree that Biden is a racist and he's not good for office right now, right?
No, I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to say, I'm going to say all of those guys, that they have careers, and you know what? They're going to do what they got to do to push their agendas and to forward their careers. So at the end of the day, like I said, both of the candidates to me suck. You know what I mean?
And I agree with Cullum. I agree with Cullum. Cullum is absolutely right. Cullum is right.
Right. But let me ask this: as far as principles are concerned, do we agree with the principles of the Democratic Party from a Christian perspective? And I'm also going to say that the Republican Party who was that started by? Were African Americans involved in that first, or were we involved in the Democrat?
Oh, I got you on that. Hey,
that's a crazy one though. Because
no, it's not, man. Because
so just from, like, to me, the minute you enter religion into politics, it starts to, like, they should have nothing to do with each other, right?
And they don't.
You have
wait a minute.
No,
this question,
I disagree.
One second. This question was, and you're gonna laugh at this, but it's a good example. And this question was posed to Jesus Christ.
Hey, well, Bush, you asked about Republicans and Democrats. Did you know during slavery, right to the Emancipation Proclamation, most blacks were Republicans.
They were, and that's why I brought it up.
Most blacks, a lot of people don't know that, and a lot of black Republicans from the state of South Carolina held prominent positions in the Senate.
Jack, we on the same page, brother. We were. Lyndon Johnson said what? What's the quote? The famous quote from Lyndon Johnson. He said, "We're gonna have these voted Democrat for the next 200 years."
Here's
and I'm being honest.
I don't see how any of that addresses anything. Your question was about religion.
Yeah, well, let me speak to this.
Right.
Let me just say, make this one point.
I get the origin of both parties. Like,
let me say this. Yeah, somebody I'm speaking to the separation of religion and state, or church and state. Remember, somebody came to Christ within the Bible. They asked him, hey, is it right to pay taxes to Caesar? Right? And Christ, being God, he knew that this guy was trying to basically, trip him up. He said, bring me a coin, right? Can anybody finish that? My brothers in the faith, my brothers in the Lord. Can anybody finish the story for me?
Pay Caesar what Caesar's.
Render to Caesar what is Caesar's, and render to the Lord he took the coin. He said, show me the inscription on the coin. Whose face is on that coin? It's Caesar's face. So give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and give to God what belongs to God, right? So God is the one that put these leaders in place for his purposes. If we're in the faith, that's a Christian principle, right? That there is no authority but the authority that has been established by God for his purposes. The leaders are not a terror for those that are doing right, but they are in place to admonish and discipline those and deter those who have intent to do wrong. So if you want to be free from admonishment, do what's right. And we don't have any reason to fear the leaders that have been put in place.
But that's a double-edged sword, man. I'm gonna tell you why. Republicans and Democrats, all of them are crooked, all of them are evil. They don't care about us, man. It's about they're gonna tell us what we want to hear to get them into that seat. And once they get into that seat, then they're gonna do what we want to do because they're puppets.
Jack, apply that to Donald Trump. Generally speaking, I'm gonna agree with you. Donald Trump seems to be a wrench in the clockwork here, and that's why he's hated by people with all the money. He said, look, I got a lot of rich enemies out here. The people with the money, they hate this man.
But you got
to say also too to Bush, because you bringing up the parties during the 1800s, we all do know that those parties and their beliefs have switched. And so when you go to that only works with somebody that doesn't know that those parties and what their beliefs is have actually shifted and changed. So, yeah, we agree at one point, but you got to also understand slavery was so huge at that point.
What principles have changed in the Republican Party from the 1800s to present day?
Well, I'll tell you one thing that was a huge factor in the belief system at that time was you had a civil war in America, and at the center of it was slavery. Okay, and so the blacks at that time that were voting Republican or that wanted Republicans to have that power were ones that wanted slaves freed. You have to understand, it's just like the LBG community and how it became the center stage, and certain things become center stage in between these two parties. At that time, it was slavery. Now, once that was established and the North won and different things like that, and then policies were in place, then black people shifted to where it made the most sense for them to run, right? And, whites or people that had capitalism, at that time, jobs, and work opportunity was way different, right, for black people. So it made sense for them to shift toward the Democrat Party after slavery was abolished. And, does that make sense?
No, well, let me say this. I know I'm doing a lot of talking, but
if you look at the Democratic Party, it wasn't really started until late 50s, early 60s.
When welfare was starting to, be introduced.
Yeah, but when they used Martin Luther King as a figurehead, then they killed him. Now, when the Democratic Party was prior to the Democratic Party, we had black-owned, basically black-owned like cities and stuff. Or we had our own grocery stores and everything. Then the Democrats came in, and you can look it up. We come to welfare, food stamps, because we used to be a family orientated. Blacks used to be deep into family. We
Mhm.
was deep into family, and yet still we want to blame the Republicans. And when you say what did they use? What did they do to get the blacks to basically jump on Democrat? They used religion. You just pointed that out, Bush. They use religion, and what do we as black people, we believe in God or a spiritual being? Because prior to us slavery, when we were taken from the land of Africa and other
It was
places.
taught to you.
Exactly, my brother. It was taught
to
and
you.
they used it to benefit them.
That's what
You see,
that's
But
my
you know
point.
what? Let me say this. They may have that people are always going to twist religion and try to use it, but
But
this faith existed prior to the white man,
yes,
anybody abusing it.
but Christianity, we was a spiritual people. We always been of a spiritual people.
Hey, can I
I'm being honest.
interject some stuff?
We've been of a spiritual people.
Hey, Sean, can I bring some stuff in?
Billy.
Yeah, Billy. Yeah, Billy.
No,
Let me hear what you got to say, man.
no,
I like you, Billy.
no, I appreciate you, Jay, and hey, God bless you for your service. Nice to meet you. But I want to tell you, Mendez said something earlier that I'm not sure a lot of people heard because it's absolutely true. The Klan of the 1860s is not the Klan of the 1920s. The 1920s Ku Klux Klan was hatred. The 1860s Ku Klux Klan, that was a way to hide their identities. Because, you had martial law, Northern
Hide their
troops.
identities from what? From who?
Well, you know from whom. I mean, you're a smart guy. Figure it out. I'll give you two. Hey, I'll give you two. I'll give you
I
two
gotta be
names.
honest, I'm completely lost. So
I'll give you.
What was the
Okay.
question, Kevin? Kevin, what was that question, sir?
no,
He
I
said
said
hide
so they were hiding.
All right.
the-
You had
the
martial
early
law
Ku Klux Klan were
established at the
hiding
time in the
their
South.
identities
Yeah,
from-
you
Yeah,
had martial
they
law
did.
established at this time of the Civil War. The Union Army implemented martial law down south. That's part of Reconstruction. You had the Union Army over the southern plantation, whatever you want to call it, as a way not to be identified by the Northern troops. They wore bed sheets and the founder of the Ku Klux Klan was Nathan Bedford Forrest. This is true story.
Yeah.
He had 49 slaves under him in the war. He gave all of them the permission to fight with him, and if they did, they would go free. But if they didn't, they would still go free. 48 of them fought with him. Now, something about slavery, which slavery is terrible, but I want to tell you, everybody were slaves in America. In fact, if you look in the 1860 census, you will find where Native Americans were slave owners. I mean, they own other slaves. And if you look out west in the census, Chinese people were slaves. And you look at, so I mean, slavery was a terrible issue.
They built the railroads, the Chinese.
No, yeah, absolutely correct. And a lot of people forget about this. There's two names that's really prominent. William Ellison and Albert Johnson. Both of them were black men who owned other blacks as slaves.
That's true.
Slavery wasn't an issue of superiority or inferiority. It was a way of getting things done. And you can look at these examples. In fact, the first slave owner in North America was Leif Erikson, 500 years before Columbus ever landed here. He was a white Viking, actually. He was on a missionary trip, which I know this kind of contradicts it entirety. He was a Christian missionary with slaves. He was from Iceland. Who were his slaves? Other whites. So, this thing about slavery has been, like Lincoln, for example. Lincoln didn't care about the slaves. He didn't care about slavery at all.
He did.
Fact,
he saw a way to capitalize and become president.
Absolutely. Well, it wasn't even until halfway through the Civil War that he even makes slavery an issue. It was about saving the Union. See,
and a lot of people don't know that.
Absolutely. And they've capitalized on this. Now, when I went to school, this is everything that I was taught. I wasn't taught any of this until I got outside of school. The education system institutionalizes people. Going back to Johnson, he knew that if he could keep people uneducated, whites, blacks, whomever, they'd vote Democrat just because they're told to. Hey, Sean, share a story with our panelists about when Rudy Giuliani was elected as mayor.
Right. So Kev, you can attest to this. Mark, you can attest to this. Jack, you probably remember Giuliani. I was young David Dinkins was in office, right? And guess what? I was a young man. You know, my mother raised us on public assistance. We were eating based off that free money, that cheese that was
Bruh.
handed out.
Yeah, that government cheese,
That
the
government-
corn flakes, and all that other
Corn
stuff.
flakes, right? Powdered milk,
Yeah,
powdered
powdered milk.
Hey,
you ain't saying
we
we
were surviving,
lived
man.
in the same building, so you ain't saying nothing to me.
Hey, we were surviving.
You know what? Listen, the both one side can't survive without the other, right? The cheese was handed out by one side, but the other side didn't provide. They had all the jobs and the power, and it wasn't given no jobs. So then you had the person in the middle. See, the thing is that the Democrats can't survive without the Republicans having their agenda, and vice versa. So when we sit there and we go that the Democrats, they handed out the cheese and all of that stuff, but that would never have existed.
Let me ask you a question, Mark.
Okay.
And I'll give it right back to you, sir, if you don't mind. So when Dinkins lost to Giuliani, remember this was a Democratic ran city. We needed that. We needed the handouts, right? That's how we were eating. Giuliani comes in office because he's white. There's automatically this perception that, oh, and he's Republican. The free handouts are about to stop. He's about to lock black people. It's about to go down. And from the perspective that I had at the time, yeah, I was afraid. This is how we're surviving. But what Donald Trump is saying, you may be familiar with the term, pull yourselves up by your bootstrap, right? I'm not saying that people don't need help. Everybody needs a little help, but there's a difference between a handout and a little help, right? So the Giuliani came in, he did what he did, and in retrospect, he did a good thing for the city, and that's something that I've heard my counterparts on the Brothers Dwelling in Unity echo.
Hey,
right?
I remember back in 1990, the old 42nd Street. I was there when you had prostitutes, everything on 42nd Street, and Giuliani cleaned that up. He did clean that up.
Clean it up, man.
Because I got pulled out of West Point training cadets to come back to 101st, and we deployed over there to Desert Storm, Desert Shield. But I had the opportunity to go on 42nd Street. I kicked it in Brooklyn with Bed-Stuy. I had a partner from Bed-Stuy, man. So I got an opportunity, man. I love New York. I wouldn't stay there because it's too damn expensive. Cold.
It's
cold.
Funny, It's funny though, because how is that much different from, and this may be before Sarge jumped on the call, but how is that much different from what the world is throwing at, from what Republicans are throwing at Joe Biden right now? Because there were a lot of people who will argue like, yo, New York got cleaned up a little bit by that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, as anything in America, right? People are going to get hit by stray bullets.
Well, let me say this.
There's going to be some unintended. There's always going to be unintended consequences.
I think, in all due respect, my brother, I think we're being a little naive when we refer to that action as a stray bullet or unintended consequences. That's my whole argument. The fact is, that's fair. So how do you feel? But you just celebrated Giuliani for the same thing. No, let me get this off real quick. We're not celebrating Giuliani. Matter of fact, he was the arm, right? He's the one that enforced it at the local level, right? To harp on Mendez's point, it was set in place at the federal level, right, by Clinton, and it was written by Biden. But at the local level, Giuliani came in, right? And he's a Republican, right? And he executed, right? But the laws were always systematically, right, drawn up to target the people that they intended to affect. For the most part, I don't think it was
Giuliani was a part. Listen, Giuliani was a part of that.
And I was about to say, I don't think anybody's disagreeing with that, though.
No, but you said that it was that basically.
No, I'm saying the same thing. I'm saying what Biden did with that bill. I will still tell you to this day, you know why there's black people that support him? Because a lot of them was like, yo, that needed to happen, man. Like these cities were running crazy. They needed that. Now, wait a minute. But there's not a lot of black people that are going to say a lot of our black people needed to be thrown in jail.
No. That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's
saying.
No. You're saying that. Let me frame it. Let me frame it this way. That bill, the effect of the bill was that it disproportionately placed more African Americans in jail, right? than any other race, right?
It did.
Now that being said, right? Why you got to ask yourself why, right?
I'm going to tell you.
Well, no,
That's not because Joe Biden is a racist. That's because the police system has always been slanted toward treating black people differently than they do white people.
Well, you know what? If
So
you say
at the end of the day,
well, can we agree that it's not just the police system, right? You know, this is systematic as a nation, right? As a society, African Americans, right? And Bill, I hear your point. There have been slaves throughout history, right? Again, I'm going to speak from my own perspective right now. I think that the black man is the lost tribe of Israel, right? And all this has ties to biblical prophecy. That's another conversation, right?
For another day.
Right, for another day. But I don't think it was happenstance that this law was written and it affected black people in the manner that it affected black people. I believe it hit its target, and that was purposefully done.
Quick question. I got a question on it. So, like I said, I heard the bill. I don't know about it. I've been reading it as we guys been talking on it. But why are we saying that it hurt the black community so hard? Why are we putting that bill in 94?
No. It didn't hurt the black. It hurt blacks, Hispanic, anything that was minority.
Anything that was minority, correct?
Exactly.
But why
was
that though? So listen, I'm gonna tell you, it's very simple math. You have we keep using New York City because it's the one that I can speak to, and it's the biggest city in the country, right? But let's stick to inner cities like New York City and Los Angeles, right? Like historically, inner cities are minority dominated, right? It just is what it is. So in the inner cities in America, where there is more crime, right? There's more policing, right? Let's not pretend like those police back then were in the suburbs of Long Island looking for criminals, right? They were in Brooklyn. They were in the Bronx looking for
Harlem. You don't think Biden knew that? You don't think Biden knew that as he did that up?
So of course he did. But what I'm telling you though is what you're using to weaponize, right? Because I'm with you. Personally, I don't think the dude is the greatest candidate in the world. I'm not, sitting here telling you that. What I'm telling you is what happened. And what I'm telling you that happened is like, you can't, like, when you as a Trump supporter use that as an argument against Biden, right? Like, I get it. It's low-hanging fruit. I get it. You can do that.
So let me add this. Let me add this.
There are people who supported that.
Something that we might not be mindful of. So that's just one example, but there are other examples, gentlemen, right? Of how the Democrats. Well, let's go to welfare, right? You know
exactly.
That, Kev, exactly. you a single parent. Yeah, you came from a single parent household. I came from a single parent household.
Me too.
Yeah, Mark, your dad's around, right? But hey, guess what? Bill, what's the stats? Bill's our stat guy, statistician.
I need to take you to Vegas, Bill.
What's the stats on African American households in 2020 without fathers versus back in the day, just a couple of years back?
Well, born out of wedlock is almost 75%. And you're talking about almost 70%.
But again, one thing we gotta factor in is reaction, right? Action and then the reaction. So that would not exist. What would have had to happen so that did not exist?
Well, let's thank you, Mark. We're going to speak to why that exists. There's a reason why that exists, and it ties into your point, Kevin, that that perhaps this 94 crime bill is happenstance, and these are straight bullets that these minorities caught. And I'm trying to introduce the idea that no, this was purposefully done along the same intent and lines that welfare was introduced when they made it a point that if the father was in the household, right, that you could not qualify for any assistance, right? You're
better off without him.
My last name is not Bush. My dad's last name is not Bush. It's Parker.
It's George. His first name.
I got my sister's dad's last name.
You bet, because like I agree with you there, because it's been forced on you, and like, you're better off without the man in the house.
The mother,
exactly. Kevin's exactly right.
Peel it back, peel on your back now. Why was that done? Why do we
To
think
break up,
Because
hey, to
now,
break
now we're
break up
going
the
back
family.
into something that we started with. It's systemic racism.
No, well,
It
no,
is.
I disagree completely. It's a
Well,
family structure. Do
yeah,
away with the
yeah,
family
okay,
structure.
Okay, whoa. So we can take that. But now, and I'm sure this is where the brother Mark was going. Why you think that is? Tell me, Billy, why you think the family
To control, to control.
No,
No,
yeah,
no, no,
absolutely.
no,
No, and,
that's
and
real.
hey,
But no. What I'm saying is, what do we think happened that the black family is torn apart?
That the black family is what?
Torn apart.
well,
you
you
said,
know,
why would we want to destroy the black family?
well, okay,
No,
it's not.
Why? What? So we all just came to agreement that
Go ahead, Bill.
the
Go ahead,
black
Bill.
family structure is not where it
We're gonna pass it to Bill. Go ahead, Bill.
No, it's not just the black structure. It's entire families, all
Okay.
races.
Okay.
25% whites are born out of
Okay.
wedlock. 50%
What
of
do you think
Hispanics.
that's the result of?
Well, that
That is-
right there is.
That's a direct. So the breakdown of the family structure again, tied in Christian principle. You know why Obama, right? What he did when he, made same-sex marriage legal. Why it's viewed from the evangelical perspective as such a heinous act. It's viewed from the evangelical perspective as such a heinous act because you no longer have the traditional family structure where there's a father in the household.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's the head of the household, right? And the family, a man and a woman when they get married, that's a representation of Christ and his church. That's the way God planned it. That's why it works so well, right? Now I'm not saying two, same-sex individuals can't, live a life that's not as dysfunctional as two heterosexual, individuals. But I am saying, statistically speaking, it functioned like that. And that's the way it was. Now my daughter, I got a daughter who's LGBT, by the way. She just came over here and threw me a slide. She hears me talking. I love her. I love her to death, right? Again, nothing against the LGBTQ, respect. But the way God set it up, it's set up for a reason. The man in the marriage relationship represents Jesus Christ, who is referred to as the groom, and we are supposed to love our wives the way Christ loved the church and sacrificed and gave his life up for the church if it's called for, right? But when that picture of what the marriage relationship in heaven is supposed to look like is not accurately depicted on earth, now we got dysfunction. Not like I grew up in a shelter. Pops wasn't around. We stuck rice and peas on in.
I agree with you, Bush, but the reason why Obama did what he did was for let's be real about for votes, man.
Votes, right. It was
what I'm
votes.
saying? So everybody thought he was doing a good deed, man, but he was actually doing it for votes, man.
He was, you know what? There's something more sinister and insidious, I believe. This is a spiritual war that we're fighting. I really believe that, from a Christian perspective. Everything that, these policies, like right now, the country is in a position where this is the biggest election in modern history, Joe. This is no joke, man. We either gonna go, like you said, Jack, throw the black man in the jail, right? Kamala Harris, and that's our sister, right? AKA, and all that, proud of her. But, Biden, he wrote that 94 crime bill. He did it on.
Yo, you're
purpose.
really going to hang on to that one, huh? I hear you.
Hey, if I remember correctly, Kamala Harris did too during the debates.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what?
She did.
She did.
We got to move this conversation, gentlemen.
Here's what's funny, right? I just today saw a Donald Trump campaign commercial where if you let the Democrats win, they're going to let everybody out of jail.
I saw that.
Run wild.
Yeah.
So which one is it?
So basically he's
are
saying
the Democrats locking too many people up, or are they not? Like they talking out of both sides of their mouth.
Exactly, bro. Exactly, my brother.
Am I wrong about that though?
Yeah,
No.
Hey, Sean's right. COVID-19. Yeah.
Speaking in relation to COVID-19.
Hold on. We can't just breeze by. That's great what you guys just did. We can't just breeze by what I just asked you.
No. He's speaking.
He's going
about
to
COVID-19 and the fact that the Democrats.
No, but we're not talking about COVID-19.
No, he ain't talking about that.
Kev, speaking to your point.
Wait.
Kev, you don't understand the point. You don't understand the point. The Dems want to release people in jail who have COVID-19, right? which doesn't make any
Oh,
sense.
that's what it is.
That's what it is. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
absolutely.
That's what they
Hey,
did in
hey,
New York City.
but I'm gonna tell you something else, man. And I want you to look at what's going on in the news. They did the what's his name? DeJoy, the postmaster, the guy over the post office.
Yeah.
Think about it. I'm gonna tell you guys, you don't want to believe this, but but after November 3rd, we can come back and have a conversation. Donald Trump is going to be president, and it's already.
Oh
it's
yeah,
already-
he's going. I agree. I agree.
Hey,
I don't think.
but hear me out
he's
though. It's
gonna
already
win.
set in motion, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because they trying to jump on. They talking about the mail-in ballots. That's one.
Mhm.
Then I'm gonna tell you something else. Why he's gonna be president again? Because prior to elections, the whole United States is gonna be shut down. And this is just my opinion because of the COVID-19. Oh, it's spreading too fast. So a lot of people gonna get out and vote. They're gonna be scared to go out there to vote. And then he's going. Bottom line, Donald Trump is going to be president, man. We can talk about Kamala Harris and Biden all we want, but it's already pointing towards Donald Trump. No matter what you look at or how you look at it or what we might say, it's already in writing, man.
I don't disagree. And he's already thrown out a caveat. If I lose, it's because they cheated. So like,
yeah.
when
and then the post office, they pulling up the post office boxes. They say, well, the back won't be brought in time. This and that, man. But the one big thing that people's not looking at, if you look at this, what y'all was saying, fake news and all this other stuff, they talk about how the cases are rising. What's going to happen? Probably not September, but end of September, beginning of October, they're going to shut the United States
down again. Correct.
Exactly.
Correct.
And then who's going to get out there to vote? Think about it.
Here's what's funny. Let me ask you guys something as, Trump supporters, right? If so two things like can't really be true, right? So if you believe this is not a pandemic and, this is mostly a hoax and we're overblowing it, but if he shuts the country down again, right?
Yeah.
And then wins the election, would you believe the shutdown was real or fake?
Well, he never shut anything down to begin with.
Who's shutting the country down?
He never shut it down to begin with.
I'm asking you if that happens.
It's not going to happen. We don't have that after.
He doesn't want to shut the country down.
Sarge, they're going directly against what you're saying because I believe you. I believe we're going to get to a point again where it's going to get so bad that we're going to have to go into shutdown again.
But Trump doesn't want to shut the country down.
And we've already seen that. California shut down completely. I mean, we've already seen that happen.
But that was because of governors. This time the president's going to intervene.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that because
I'm just asking. So my question is, if he were to lead the country to shut down, right, for whatever reason, if he were to do it, I get it. You don't believe he will. What would you attribute it to?
This is a hypothetical question. I mean, it's not going to happen. We can't answer.
We've established.
Hey, I got a comment by one of the viewers, Alejandro Juan Rodriguez. He says, "Thank you. There has been a genocide against Black America perpetrated by Democrats for over a century."
I agree with him.
No,
I do.
He's right.
94 bill. Kev, do you agree with that?
I agree.
I mean,
fact.
So I don't believe the racism in this country is limited to either party.
No,
I think for the most part, for the most part, this country is just racist.
Yeah.
Whether you're Republican or Democrat, I think this country is just racist.
What's the bigger divide other than racism?
Religion.
Okay, what else? And I would
opportunity and money.
Money, right? Somebody said it earlier, right?
Because again, right, we like I told you again, you can't have one without the other, right? You can't form Voltron without the black lion. We keep looking at the byproduct, right?
Hey, that's a good analogy.
No.
That's a good analogy.
Right. Yeah, because you know what happens is, right, we're looking at the consequences and the opportunities the Democrats took because to do certain things that did cause problems in the community, but we're not looking at what led to that, right? That's like looking at the person that got beat up on the ground and we automatically make assumptions and without actually looking at the whole story. The thing is that the Republicans have policies in place that people in the public took advantage of that created an opportunity for Democrats to say, you know what, we could probably run with this and we can get votes, right? Because if I took candy in a room with a bunch of kids and I'm a school teacher, if I and I put it in one basket, right? And I said, listen, I'm gonna give this to you, but all you gotta do is you gotta subtract or add this. And then there's another basket over here, and I put candy in it, and but I said, you know, in order to get that candy is uncertain. You can apply, but you might not get that candy or whatever. But this is certain over here, right? So I'm just saying we got to look at those things. We, you know, I'm in the middle, but I just look at things objectively, and I think that some of us are getting caught up in the base.
Cullum is Mark is absolutely right, because they also talked about the whole United States, not just United States, but the world doing a reset with the bank. And what Cullum said as far as the money, I agree with him. I agree with Kevin. I agree with Billy. I mean, because everybody got valid points.
Now you're 100% correct on that. The reset. Trump is headed for a reset.
Yeah, exactly.
He is going to break the banks. And Sean talked about it earlier. The men with the money, the women with the money, they're against Trump because they're bankers and they realize what's about to happen.
And that's so true. That reset. A lot of people. That's why I said this is a smoke screen. It's a smoke screen.
Gold back dollar. Richard Nixon took us away from it. Trump's going to bring us back.
Okay. So you guys are telling me that you believe that rich people are against Donald Trump?
Well, hey, Joe Biden's a rich guy.
Hold. So wait. I need you to answer.
Hey, Kevin. I'm answering your question, Kevin.
Yep.
Not all rich people are against him, but certain people like Billy and Cullen was saying when he said the reset of the money, the people that actually run this country, that's the big money that's over Donald Trump.
Why? They want the new world order.
Hey,
exactly.
And Bill Gates, George Soros, COVID-19. Bill Gates is in charge of the vaccine, and George Soros is funding this stuff.
Exactly.
See, and it goes much.
I don't understand what that means. Like, what's the relevance of that in the conversation?
Okay. Get this. If Trump wins, all this stuff that they're putting into place is going to go by the wayside. It's going to be
like
destroyed.
What stuff?
The vaccine.
Yeah, the vaccine for one.
Oh my God!
The new world order.
So wait. If Trump wins, the companies that are creating the vaccines will go away. What are you guys saying?
No, but I tell you what's going to happen. There won't be no forced vaccinations as there will be with President Biden.
Where are you getting that?
Hey,
what did Biden say? Biden said he was going to force people to take vaccinations.
Hey, let's make this.
He said
clear.
that. Whoa.
Yeah, absolutely.
Billy,
I mean, just look what's happening.
Billy, hold on. This is the slippery slope that we can't breeze past, right? You just said that Biden is going to force vaccination on people. Where are you getting that?
Well, history shows you that. If you give any man too much power.
We're talking about Biden.
Yeah, history repeats itself. We're erasing our history.
So what you're saying is
society.
You're predicting that if Joe Biden wins, he's going to force everyone to take a vaccination.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, Australia is doing that.
I agree with that one.
I can't even argue that. Like,
no.
That is the most mind-boggling thing.
But it's not me saying this.
Australia. Hear a man out, gentlemen. Let him explain it.
Yeah.
Australia has done this.
Let him explain himself. Let him speak.
The country of Australia has done this. They said it's not mandatory.
Who cares what Australia
because
does?
it's coming here. You don't see it. Biden's part of this new world order system. It's coming here. Hey, look.
So again, we got to understand.
Who else is it? Who else is it?
There's a movement and there's a shift.
Is there like any prominent Democrat who's not a part of the New World Order?
Well, I'm sure there's some, but they can't be president.
They killed him.
Kennedy.
But they killed him. And they killed him because he didn't want to go to
Hillary. Is Hillary a part of the New World Order?
Well,
Hey, she's owned by the Chinese. Hey, she's owned by the
Bloomberg?
Chinese.
Is he New World Order?
Who's that?
Bloomberg.
Yes. They all.
Yes.
Hey, listen. A lot of Republicans are part of the New World Order
Yeah,
too.
absolutely. The Bushes.
Guess what? It's been, George Bush said.
I find it funny that when we're having a conversation about the president of the United States, you feel that freely to say that someone is going to do something that he's never mentioned doing.
That's what?
That
Say that
to me,
again.
that
Say
that
that
to
again,
me
Kevin.
just that so what Billy just did was said out loud.
Well,
That if Joe Biden wins,
Kev, the reason why he so comfortably said that.
Let him finish, Bush.
He said that if Joe Biden wins, he's going to force everyone to take a vaccination.
And if they don't, they won't be able to
Who
protect.
said that? Like we're like
absolutely.
you can't just make stuff up like that.
So
No,
Kev, the
it's
reason
happening.
why,
Okay.
the reason why Billy can so comfortably say that is that you have to understand this, and I need us all to understand. Trump is a wrench in the clockwork. They, the powers that be have had a stranglehold on the office of the presidency for the longest.
Just because you hold
absolutely.
that position, in Bush, you're right. Just because you hold that position, you're still a puppet to the powers that be.
You get, but everybody they're falling in line. Oh, you get offed. But Trump is by the grace of God, right? And again,
he's going against the grain.
Going against the grain.
So whoa. That part I completely believe and understand, and it's visible. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay, Kevin.
I think Trump is completely the opposite of everything we've ever had. But we've gotten away from a specific point that I'm trying to make. Like, that's like me saying, you know what? If Trump wins again, he's gonna kill all black people.
No, Kevin.
But you can't just make stuff up like that.
Kevin, why are you so quiet over there, man?
Kevin, I want you to think about something that Billy said. This time last year, Gates and them had already started testing the vaccine for the COVID virus. Now, and
who did?
Bill Gates. He stepped down as the president of the Gates thing, and he went in to start testing the COVID virus last year. 2015, Bill Gates talked about the COVID virus, this virus that's going to hit and can't nobody do this. That was in 2015.
And Fauci talked about it. 17.
Yeah. Hey, and last year now he stepped down and started this big company to start the vaccination and get this vaccine for the COVID virus before it even hit the country. Now, then it actually hit in November of last year. Yep. It actually hit the United States in November of last year, but it didn't really hit us until like February, end of February, beginning of March of this year. And everybody tried to put it on China, but Bill Gates, how you going to talk about something that hadn't even hit the United States yet, or we don't even know about, but you stepped down as the CEO and the president to start on this vaccine, you and your wife, and not trying to be funny, guess who they said they're going to test it on because we're more susceptible, black people. Minorities.
Hey, well,
here's what's funny though. So as hold on, as typical.
Oh, me neither.
Here's what's funny. Me neither. Right? I'm not taking that damn vaccine, right? Are you crazy? Now, however, in typical political conversations, right? I'm not disagreeing with any of this, right? Bill Gates is what it is. It's just frustrating to me when we have political conversations and you just say things about the guy that you don't like that there's no evidence to prove. Like, first of all, you can't put something into law to make everybody. You can't do that.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say
that.
No.
But and that's why my comment isn't to you.
Wait a minute, but we said
and everything else that we go and talk about that's not this specific comment
going on, right? This has been going on.
Is going in a rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's been
How
going on.
How can you predict what you think someone is going to do that's never said anything about it and take it as fact?
I got I'm gonna move us away from this topic. Okay. I want to direct everybody's attention, and great job. Appreciate all your insights, Jack, Mark, Billy, Kev, Mendez. We want to talk about what took place in Wisconsin this week, right? With the shooting, it affected the NBA, right? The NBA, they're getting political now.
It's not just the NBA, the WNBA, the baseball, football,
right.
all sports.
Are we talking about the Democrats' use of celebrity, right? Is that related at all?
Not even a little bit. Stop it.
No.
Those dudes are people. And at the end of the day, they're people who are seeing something that they don't deem is right, and they're speaking up. That's
The
not
injustice. Exactly.
That's
Okay.
it. That's just regular people like me and you.
Right.
They're just rich,
Right.
and they see things happening in this country that they're not comfortable with, and they're speaking out against it.
Right, but you know what? We always we have to look at why
But-
things
Okay.
happen,
Bush,
why things are promoted in the media the way they are. Right.
Okay. Bush, I got a question. You said media, right?
Right.
And maybe Mendez and Brother Cullum or Billy man, Brother Kevin can answer this too. Why is it that, and it's shown in black and white, man, now we talk about the media, and I've seen this with my own eyes. Why is it that they ran up on that dude, shot him 7 times in the back, right? But you have a guy that killed 2 guys and wounded another one in
And walked
Wisconsin
right by him.
and walked right past the police,
Walked right
passed
by
him
him.
by and walked right to him. They let him get in his car, go home, and go to sleep, and they prosecute him the next day. Now,
So-
you telling me color don't play a part in today's society? Come
Yo,
on.
hold on. So
I didn't say
listen.
color. I didn't
No,
say
no,
that.
no. And
No,
I don't think
I'm
anybody.
I'm asking the question. I'm sorry.
Right,
Well,
I got
Sarge, let me try to weigh in on that, right? So I don't know how everybody feels like about that, and I don't try to, represent everybody with my opinions, right? First of all, like the problem with situations like this is that once again, everybody's on the far right or everybody's on the far left, and there is no middle ground. And this is a situation where there's a little bit of middle ground. Personally, if that were me, I wouldn't have done what that dude did, right? Like I wouldn't have, reached into my car with guns pointed at me. One, right? Just as a black man in America with white cops pointing guns at me, I know better than to do that. However, shooting him in the back 7 times is an extreme thing to do for that situation, right? Let me paint a picture for you. Let's say we're all married with wives or whatever, and let's just say each of the 6 of us here have a 16-year-old son. And you go home, and one day your wife, you go home one day and your wife says, hey, Junior, was being disrespectful, popped off at the mouth a little bit, was talking back and being very aggressive to his mother. And you as a dad, you're like, what, really? And then so I shot him.
Whoa.
Right? So I shot him. Wouldn't that be to you a little extreme?
Exactly.
And
That's
so
not the
what
same
we have
scenario.
here,
That's not the same
here,
scenario.
well, listen, so
That's not
it
the
doesn't
same
matter.
scenario,
It
Ted.
doesn't matter. Listen to me very carefully. If I were that dude, I wouldn't have done
Of course
what
not.
he did.
Of course not.
He did not deserve to be shot in the back 7
Well,
times.
times.
Now
So
listen,
let me
if
speak to
you
that.
even tell
Like,
me,
let me-
if you tell me you even shot him once,
Kev,
I'd have been like,
you're talking.
Aye.
Who you talking to, right? You're talking to 4 infantry soldiers here, right?
Yeah.
Infantry, brother. That's what we do. We train to kill, right? That's
okay,
hey,
cops
we're not trained to- we're not
shouldn't be trained to
obey.
kill.
My point is
No,
this.
as a matter of fact, nobody who's not preparing for war should be trained to kill.
No, I understand.
That's
No, listen. Cops out there, he felt a threat. He
Mhm.
felt a threat, and he
So
didn't
here's
know
what's
what
funny.
this guy
Here's
had
what's
in
funny.
that car.
So
You understand
at the end of no, listen
He
to what I'm
turned
telling you,
around
though.
and let
No.
off
Hold on.
No.
a clip.
Hey, Bush, let me jump on this. I've been quiet for a little, but this one I'm gonna have to open just a little bit on it. And the reason why is like, I do agree with the RE. I do agree if he felt threat, got it. But I mean, most of us here know what is
Shot
threat.
that man
We
too.
know our stuff. But the guy would have his back to it. I would at least wait till he turned around, see what got his head.
Exactly.
You
Exactly.
can't afford to do that. You
Hey,
can't
check it out. Hey, who remembers when we were in Hornsfeld and the certain I actually shot that guy in the back when we were in that training exercise. And you remember that? And I got arrested and I wound up, man, it was a nightmare. Remember that? And they actually had this video and all of these commanders, and they were like, what would make this soldier do this? And we were in that town, and the guy had murdered that family, and he was out for. I spotted him, and you know I'm a young guy at the time, and I was like, I got him. I was all excited. I got him. And they was like, yeah, but you shot this guy in the back. He was running, and you know, so that's a funny moment to throw in. So, Jack, you remember? You remember that? Man, started pooling. Everybody wanted to kill me. Oh man, I thought I had did a job. I was like, nigga, I was waiting to get the MRE with the M&Ms in it. You know, I thought everybody was gonna be like, good job, man. I was getting that promotion, man.
Yeah, MRE.
Poole wanted to kill me.
Hey,
I was like, wow.
But Mendez is right.
I mean,
I agree with Mendez, and I agree with Kevin, man. There's no reason to shoot that man in the back 7 times. Now, if that's the case, man, why? If you look at statistics and you look at what's going on, we talk about fake news, fake this and fake that, man. They showing it what was actually taking place in today's time. At that time, there was no reason to shoot that man in the back 7 times. Then you handcuffed him while he's paralyzed to his bed in the hospital. That's, man. Now, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but no matter what we look at, Kevin was right. We have a racist society, and unless we start educating more and treating people like Billy said, like we want to be treated, and treat people with respect, man, ain't nothing gonna change, man. We can have our views on what we think, or what they don't wear hoods no more. They wear judge robes. They wear robes. They wear they wear what's this little thing to go around their neck as doctors. They're lawyers and everything. You know what I'm saying? So they don't wear hoods no more. That's real. That's real. But bottom line is, the dude should have never been shot 7 times in the back. Regardless, he didn't oppose. He did. He went in the car. So you had all the other police officers. They couldn't yank his behind down and throw him down. So this nigga grabbed him by the back of his shirt. He put the gun to him, and he unloaded.
Here's what's funny. While he shot him, he had his T-shirt in his hand.
Exactly.
So you're holding him. So clearly, all you had to do was wrap your arms around him. You're holding him, and then shot him 7 times in the back.
And then the story over here. This has happened. This literally up the road from where I'm at. You know what I mean? I'm up here in the Illinois side of the house, and
I know your ass cold.
Yeah, and that's why I don't get a tan, only on the weekends. But like what's saying here, okay, what happened? Like I'm reading the comments here. Alejandro was talking. Okay, we don't know what happened before. What is being put out here in the media outlet is, I guess his girl called the police for domestic violence, and he got tased, didn't connect it, and whatever. He wasn't being too cooperative, and they should. Yeah. I do not, but like I said, that whole process, even as we see it, my point of view as a grunt, as a person that's been in combat, different already, I understand that. But the guy, for me, was the way that I look at it, it did not seem a threat. He would have turned around. He would have had a damn cell phone. Hey, I would have even.
But he had his kids in the car too.
Got it.
He had 4 kids in the car.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So that's
let me ask you this. How much time do you think it takes to let off a couple of rounds?
Couple of rounds, I mean, shit.
Seconds, man. Seconds.
I'm not so no, listen. I understand that perspective, but I also think that police officers who are sworn to protect us have to use a little bit more logic than fear, because now it seems like we live in a world where everything is fear-based. As long as I can tell you that I was afraid, shooting someone is okay, right? And so where do you draw the line, right? Like if I'm out for a jog.
Not to interrupt you guys. Hey, old boy that played Black Panther, man, he died.
You talk about
no kidding.
They just came across Yahoo News. He died of cancer. Chadwick Boseman.
Chadwick Boseman. Are you serious?
It just came across Yahoo News. 43 years old. Died.
Oh wow! I'm seeing it now.
Prayers going up. Condolences to everybody.
Wow.
For sure.
In the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
That's young.
Wow. So did he know he had cancer when they was filming?
Yeah. How did you suddenly just die from cancer?
Hey, but look at him. Look at him though. I want you to look at his movies. He started losing weight, man. And what is it? 22 bridges or 20 something bridges in New Orleans? I mean, not New Orleans, but New York. Look at him, man. He lost weight from Black Panther, the Avengers, from the Avengers, then Black Panther, then from Black Panther to 21 Bridges, 21 Bridges. Look at that, man. He lost weight, man. Nobody knew. And man, now he's dead.
You never know. You never know.
Wow.
Conspiracy there, huh? R.I.P. No jokes. No jokes. Serious
Hey,
man.
but hey, Billy, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I gotta share this with you, man. My grandfather is what they call a Cajun or a coon ass in Louisiana. He's a white Frenchman and Indian. My grandmother was a Creole, man. My grandfather used to tell me stories, man. I've seen stuff coming up as a child from the 70s. I was born in 69. I seen stuff coming up as a child when I used to go to the country, man. And I saw my grandfather, man. Everybody respected him, even though he was married to a Black woman. Now they had the Klansmen come on my grandparents' yard. They got a lot of land in Louisiana, northern Louisiana. But they said my grandfather killed a Klansman and got away with it. And I don't know if he got away with it because he was white. Well, he don't want, no, you can't call him white. He's want to be called a Cajun. So he didn't want to be called white. But because of his ethnicity, and even though he was married to a Black woman, you know what I'm saying, which was my grandma. This is my mom's mom and dad. So the way he raised me, because that was the only father I knew after my parents got a divorce. The way my grandfather raised me, you don't judge a person by the color of their skin, man. You judge a person by their character. And I agree with you, Billy, man. You said a lot, man. You said a lot of positive things, bro. And I just want to commend you on that, man, because what Kevin said is real. A lot of people aren't raised like you are, Billy.
No,
As far as
I
being
get
white,
it.
you know what I'm saying? Because I had a soldier that I unfriended him because he made some racial comments on Facebook, and I unfriended him, man. And I'm being honest with you because I know me, I know my mouth. Even though I'm 51 years old now, man, I try to change, but I sit up here, man. So in order for me to keep peace, man, I just unfriended him. But Billy, man, I respect what you're saying, and I respect what everybody has to bring to the table, man, because that's the only way we can get beyond this racism or whatever we want to call it, this differences or disagreement, man. We have to hear each other out, listen to each other's viewpoints, but at the same token, a lot of Blacks want to play that Black card. You do it because I'm Black. You know, I'm Black, and that's why you're doing this. And that's not true. And I'm gonna keep it 100. Since we all talking, I want everybody to hear this. This is the honest to God truth, and I want you to think about this. Black people, man, no disrespect to you, Billy, but this is the truth. White people try to keep us divided because if they know if we come together, man, we are forced to be reckoned with. So, and I want you to look at stuff. A white person can hate one another, but before they let a Black person get something, they'll pull together just so we won't have. But us, we cannot pull together to save our lives, and they know what to do. It's the lynch. It's the lynch process, man. It's been embedded in us, and we are crabs in a bucket. But if we learn to pull together, because
good points, and Bill, definitely respect your perspective. We wouldn't even be having this conversation.
I respect Bill, man, because I heard what he said, and I heard what Kevin said. Kevin got some good points.
Kevin, that's why we got Kevin on the show too.
Hey, Cullen hit the nail.
Right?
Everybody got a good perspective, but Cullen hit the nail on the head. And Bill knew what he was talking about, because I know he was talking about the money part. Man, it's going to be a reset, and I promise. Just wait, be patient, and wait. It's going to be a reset of financial, because that's what keeps us going, and it's going to happen. And when it does happen, you're like, damn, they said it. It's going to happen. I promise you.
Trump's talked about going back to a gold back dollar for a while, and he's talked about getting rid of the central bank.
Why you think they killed Gaddafi?
Absolutely.
Why do you think they killed Gaddafi?
Absolutely. No, you're 100% correct. And Saddam Hussein,
a lot of people don't even know that. They killed Gaddafi because Gaddafi was going to do away with the American dollar. Everybody currency is going to come up with his own, and he was going back to gold. So
Saddam Hussein too. Saddam Hussein as well. Look, the crypto dollar wars.
Do away with the petrol-backed dollar.
Yeah,
the dollar is backed by petroleum.
Yeah, it's like the petro wars, they call it.
And Bush, did you guys know that once we left Iraq, I went back over there and worked as a civilian. They found one of the world's largest oil repositories in Iraq. So why you think we didn't never leave Iraq? We still got a president in Iraq, and they found a mountain in northern Iraq full of gold. Did you know that? See, they
What
keep a
that
lot of
whole-
stuff hush
Which
hush.
is what that whole war was about, though.
No, it was.
Exactly.
It was a bad war. And
Okay.
guess who's
Hey, Cullum, Bush, Mendez. Hey, Billy, you was in the military. Were you in the
no,
military?
no.
Oh,
I
okay.
I
But
enlisted.
he's a patriot, though. He's
Okay, but check this out. They can tell you, did we find any weapons of mass destruction?
Hell
Yes.
no.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was
All right,
about
let's
oil.
get back to the Wisconsin shooting and its role
Okay.
potentially. And, does that, again, the promotion of that, right? At the time, and that, again, I believe that the media, they promote these things, because it fits an agenda. These things are happening
It does.
all the time, right? But
Absolutely.
now, because,
Election.
at the right time, they want to, again, and now you got the NBA and all these baseball teams chiming in, and nobody wants to, they want to raise awareness. It's racism, right? It's more racism. George Floyd all over again, right? Is there a pattern here?
There's always been a
Yeah.
pattern, man.
We
There's
want
always
right.
been a pattern.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Imagine if Steve Jobs did not invent the cell phone, and that where we can see what really has been happening, and probably
Exactly.
a lot worse, right?
Right.
I believe that people are more behaved because they know that those phones are out there. So when we're seeing stuff and we're going, oh my God,
Yo,
imagine pre-cell phone.
But you know what?
George Floyd, that was happening every day.
But why
George
does the media-
Floyd was in the hood. That was happening every day in the hood. Now you got 10-year-old kids walking around with one of these things. Everybody's filming.
check this out, Mark. You got people recording it, and you got people watching a murder just take place, right? And still being like, yeah, it wasn't murder. Like, and you watched it. So imagine what it was like 20, 30 years ago when all you had was somebody's word and a dead body laying there, right?
Right.
Exactly.
And
This stuff ain't just start happening. It's just
And
getting
you-
recorded now.
you know what? Right? We're so desensitized. Look at it. Like right now, kids are so used to seeing this stuff happening that it don't even matter. You know what? Like remember when Faces of Death came out? That show.
Yep.
Everybody was like, "Yo, let's go check that out," because no one never seen nothing like that. Now, all you got to go to World Star Hip Hop, and you can literally watch executions. Okay, of people getting put stoned to death, women in Arab countries, beheadings.
I got a
You
question
know?
for the panel. I got a question for the panel. If this has been going on historically, and I don't question that's a fact. I agree, right? The phone is now able to capture more, more opportunities of these things happening, more occurrences of these things happening. But
Oh, somebody got a pit bull, man. Somebody got a pit bull in the background.
Right, yeah, that's Pachero who thinks he's a pit bull. He's about this big, but he thinks he's a pit bull. I'm gonna get him on camera. His name is Pacino, Al Pacino.
Al Pacino.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I just got finished wrapping up The Godfather 3 like 2 nights ago.
Yeah. But going back, gentlemen, if these things have been going on, and I don't question that, we all agree. Why is it that the media chooses to select certain events and push them, as opposed to, again, they don't want to.
Well, hold on. You know what? In order for your point, wherever you're going, you got to describe what events they're not showing.
Okay,
What events are they
I
not
got
showing?
one for you.
What
Hey,
should they be showing instead of this?
Hey, no. What he's saying is certain events. It's going on all the time, but they only picking certain events. Like
Hey,
Abram,
this wasn't going on in
Abram.
2004 and 2010 and
I don't know what planet y'all live on, but the planet I live on, since the advent of camera phones, this is all that's been happening for like the better part of the last 15 years.
But it seems to be picking up
Am
now.
I
though.
missing that?
But it seems to be picking up now, though. I mean,
The reason why it's picking up now, I'm gonna tell you why. America, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm a patriot. I got 10 years in, but the only reason I believe America is now doing what they're doing is because they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar. When you got Iran protesting black mistreatment, when you got every country in the world going, hold on a second, you know, this is America who's policing everybody else up and going into everybody else's country and saying, hey, you guys, we're gonna set up shop, we're gonna show you how to run things, and they're going, well, hold on, you don't got no credibility. Your own people over there, you setting up shop over here, telling us how we supposed to act, but we watching videos of y'all stepping on people's necks and they can't breathe for 10 minutes.
You know what?
They had control of that guy on the ground. He was not a threat. Why was he on there for 10 minutes?
I thought white people didn't care about what Republicans and you know, white people. They didn't care about black people.
Well, hold on, I'm lost. I'm lost. What do you say?
Where did that come from?
We live in a place
I
now.
agree.
Hold on. We live in a place now where it's more convenient for them to come out, right? So 30 years ago, if you were a white man who may have supported the death of a black man or Black Lives Matter, you may have been shunned by your whole community.
Yeah.
Now, when you got people like, yo, listen, I mean, you may or may not be racist, but even as a, you know, white man, white woman, I can look at this and they can look at that and be like, yo, man, this is wrong.
Let me ask you this,
it's
though.
a little bit more convenient for those people to come out now.
Let me ask you this. Is it a fact or not that racism has always been a tool to, you know, that's been weaponized in order to divide us, right?
Yes.
Right? That's a fact.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Talking about racism.
It's like I always use this analogy. It's like those two gazelles that are fighting and they don't see the lion, you know, that's approaching from the distance, right? We're so busy fighting each other. When I say each other, the individuals at the lower end of the socioeconomic scale, right? Whites and black.
Now I'm gonna get to you on that one. Hey, Bush, you just said it the last one because I mean we're talking white and black. Hey, I'm a white complex guy until I speak, right? And when
you're whiter than I am.
Now, I'm a what's this brown thing?
I'm telling you, hey, Mendez, we got to get Abel on here. He's Mexican, right? Abel Hernandez.
But that's what I'm saying. But let's put it that way. You know, we can do that whole side of the house on the. I mean, I got it from both sides. I got it from white, and I got it from black, and I even got it.
Right.
I saw in the comments that Chris Bush said that Steve Jobs didn't invent the cell phone. No, he didn't invent the first cell phone. We had those big things back in '95. But you know what it was, right? The technology that was in the cell phone that Steve Jobs and Apple, you know, brought to the world is what actually, you see what I'm saying? And ever since right.
Of all the things that we talked about, for that to be the one thing that somebody picked up on.
Yeah. You know, exactly. Hey, but Bush,
we talk about
what I mean. They let the brown guy on the side.
hey, Bush, to what you said, man. Hey, I'm gonna give you a prime example. You was right about the media picked certain things they want to put into the media because with Ahmaud Arbery, that happened 65 miles from me, right off of I-95 going south in Brunswick, Georgia. It happened back in February. It didn't make the news to what? April, May? It only it wasn't because of COVID, man. Listen to me. It wasn't because of COVID. You know what? It was because
no. I said they hold it. I didn't say it was because of COVID.
They held it, man. But only reason it came out because
so hold on. I gotta call BS on that, and I'm gonna tell you why. And this is why, y'all gotta stop blaming the media for everything, right?
No. That's not what I was saying.
Hold on. Some things are simply what they are, and it's not a media-driven thing.
I wasn't.
So listen, hold on. I'm gonna tell you why that story came out because I want to address that. That story only came out.
That's the Brooklyn and Kevin coming out.
No, hold on. That story only came out because the idiot who recorded it.
That's what I was going to say.
Nobody knew that. Like the media didn't have the tools.
Hey Kevin, I promise you, man. If you let me finish, I was going to say that. You just pulled a bush on me, bro.
I'm just saying,
you just pulled a bush on me, man.
now Bush, he threw out the degrees, man. I was like, when he started doing that, I'm like, man, this is about to get wild.
I was trying to talk earlier, man. But Kevin, what I'm saying is, man, you're absolutely right, Kevin. That it happened, but what they did, it's so much corruption going down there in Brunswick, Georgia, and it happened in these little towns in Georgia that the blacks are still, it's basically like, it's still like a mini slavery or Jim Crow. And people don't want to realize that. They try to cover that stuff up. But I ain't tell you what nobody told me. I'm telling you what I know.
So what I'm saying though, I'm with you, and I get on a local level that kind of stuff is covered
but that idiot, he showed somebody and somebody that didn't
and
leak.
they put it out there. So what I'm saying is the media didn't decide, all right, it's time, there's nothing going on, let's push an agenda. They were like, wow, look at this video. Look.
I'm gonna put you on something else too. 2 years ago, 2017, right down there in Brunswick, Georgia, a guy that worked for the sheriff department, killed his wife and her boyfriend because she divorced his ass. Registered nurse. She had a restraining order against him. How about the guy that stopped him, the park ranger? Said, "Oh man, yeah, you, I know who you are. Go ahead, you can go." He went, drove straight to the house, killed both the motherfuckers. They didn't do nothing to him. They finally put him in jail. You know what I'm saying? So this stuff, Brunswick, Georgia, have a reputation of people, man, doing bad stuff there. The district attorney still is in office. They asked her to step down, but now they swept that all up on the bus because of George Floyd. And now
listen,
that's going to be swept up because of the stuff that's going on in Wisconsin. But when is enough enough? Because black people for so long has sit up here and took it, and they say, "Oh yeah, God's going to take care of it, da 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 da, boom 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 boom." When is enough enough? When is it enough?
Agreed.
I'm being honest with you.
Agreed. And so
let me say this real quick.
Go ahead.
Kevin, Jack, that train of thought, right? And I'm speaking from a Christian evangelical perspective. That's exactly how the powers that be want us to think. They want us thinking in terms of race, right? When this is not a fight about race.
Yes, it is.
It's
Absolutely.
I'm talking about being equal.
Let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase it. There's levels. On the surface, yes, but that's intended to be that way. That's a tool and a weapon, a weaponization of a tool, in order to get us not to focus on the fact that this world is changing.
Hold on.
It absolutely is.
So hold on. So when the event like that happens, brother, I gotta tell you, it's completely.
Hey, Kev, I can't hear you. You're a little hard to hear.
Yeah, what happened, Kevin?
You got. Can y'all hear me?
Very little.
Very low.
Say it with your chest, Kev.
Yo, Bush was waiting to get that in there, man.
Yeah.
He was waiting to get that in there.
Y'all hear me?
Hey, man, you gotta come close to the phone, speaking to the mic, something.
Yeah, you know what it is? He might have to adjust it in the settings where, like, I had to de-escalate mine because I sounded crazy last week.
Go into the settings, Kev, and adjust the mic if you can.
I'm trying it now.
Or probably your battery. What more battery would you use?
Hey, we've been going for a minute, right?
hey, Bush. But what you were saying, Bush, about what they trying to do?
Yeah. So again, from a Christian evangelical perspective, mindful, the Lord is coming back, right? If you're in the faith, you understand that Jesus is coming back, and the world knows this, right? The powers that be, they know that there's an accountability to be given, but according to biblical principle, right? They're going to try to resist this, right? So they have all this money, the 1%. They got, they're taking their money. They think that they're going to be able to, fight God, essentially, right? And there's a lot of stuff going on. We can start talking about CERN, right, which is a research facility that's underground, bordering Switzerland and the Geneva, France, pardon me, where all these technologies are coming out of it. And the whole point is to try to combat what the biblical prophecy is. That the fact is that the Lord is coming. Those that have all the money, right, which is those that have the money, the elite, they're going to have to give an account, right? So that is going on the backdrop. And what we see playing out on a world stage is a result of that in of itself.
Hey, Sean, can I add something else? Well, I tell you what, talking about the media, how it picks and chooses, this is real. And I'll give you a real example of this. We're not talking about all these world leaders, black, white, man, woman, who are tied into pedophilia rings, Jeffrey Epstein and so forth. This is real. And Ghislaine Maxwell has come out and said of who's all connected with these people.
Exactly.
Now,
And
why are
what
we
they
not
do,
talking about
they
that?
lock her up.
Yeah, well, and I hope they protect her. I hope they keep her alive.
Well, they're gonna do to her what they're gonna do to Jeffrey Epstein, because you know what? They killed him. There's a reason why they killed him, because
Yes,
he's
sir.
about to let it out. He's gonna
No,
tell on
you're
all
right.
of them.
And Maxwell has said that if she comes up missing or if she comes up dead, she's told them where the backup files are at. And these people know what's about to happen. You want to talk about something else? Why was Nicholas Sandman even in the news 2 years ago? I know y'all know who he is. The
Nicholas
white
Sandman?
kid in Covington, Ohio, the Covington, Kentucky, the high school kid.
What'd he do? What'd he do?
Well,
Refresh me.
all he did was go to the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., and a paid American Indian or Native American, whatever you want to call him, protester got in his face.
Oh,
They
yeah,
took a picture.
Yeah, I remember that.
They took a pic. Why was that newsworthy? You've got 10, 20, 30 black men dying in the city streets of Chicago at the hands of other blacks. Why is that not newsworthy?
So
Why are we talking about a white kid being harassed by a Native American Indian protester? I mean,
so what is newsworthy?
It's
Because
what they do, what they deem as
all of the
newsworthy.
things- all of the things that you just mentioned that you said nobody's talking about, I hear about them all the time.
why
No.
is the media no, you don't, you hear about it.
Yeah.
But
Everybody
why don't we
doesn't
hear about it?
Yeah, everybody doesn't hear about it.
So wait, first of all, there's no way that I can hear something and you don't. I have to
Yeah.
get it from a
No,
source.
that's not true, because I hear a lot of stuff that you're refusing or refuting.
Yeah.
To me?
No,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. What about all this stuff that's happened?
Of the
Okay,
things that
Australia,
you
for
just-
example.
Hold on. Of the things that you just mentioned, I heard about all of them.
No, but
I'm
you're
not
refuting
refuting
what happened in
anything that you said.
Australia, and they're a socialist country, and that's what's going to happen
Well,
here.
first of all, American news is always going to be, we're in America. Like anything that happens in America is going to be more newsworthy than something that happens in Australia.
But it's
okay.
going to affect us as a whole, though.
Absolutely,
Kevin.
absolutely, it is, because this is a secular system that we're a part of. And
So guys, like, listen, I get you, right? And I'm not stupid enough to believe that the media doesn't tug at our
Nobody
hearts.
said you were stupid, man.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah,
No.
man. I was like, yo, why you?
I'm not saying that. No, I'm just saying I understand. I understand that the media, plays with us a bit, right? But what I'm telling you is the things that are happening are
Wait a
not.
minute, Kev. You said a bit. I think,
Okay.
again,
Are we really going to dive into the level of which I think?
Yeah, he's about to dissect it, Kevin. He's about to dissect it. Biology 101, Bush.
undergrad.
All right, so listen, that's about to go like really, really deep into a black hole, right? Like,
It's not a bit. It's not a bit.
okay, use whatever word that you feel would have been appropriate. Right? I don't want to get stuck in the levels, right? What I'm saying though is we have to stop. We have to stop pointing the finger at the media first. I agree with all of what you're saying, right? Like the media puts things out there to this side or to that side and pushes agendas. Listen, that's real.
It is.
Hold on. That's real. But it's funny to me that you would rather discuss what the media is putting out there than what is actually happening. It's not like they're lying about any of these stories that's been put out there.
Oh,
the
they
stories are real.
about anything.
No. Media lies.
Be lying about
No. Listen to me. The media lies. What I'm telling you is all of the stories that we've discussed
Somebody
today.
said, what about 9/11?
Hey.
Oh, different right there, bro.
Yeah,
no
You ever been in the room, huh?
Oh, I'm gonna have to know a whole different.
He going low belief to that, right?
I'm still having nightmares.
So listen, it's funny because we've spent now about 45 minutes talking about the media. And what I'm telling you, Ahmaud Arbery happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The dude just now getting shot in the back happened.
Right.
It's not fake. So
Right.
what I'm saying is we could either spend our time having uncomfortable conversations about things that really happened and why they happened, or you can blame the media.
Well, let me ask you this.
Which one would you like to do?
Let me play up devil's advocate. If that cop was not black or white, if it was a black cop, would we be talking about it? No.
Yeah.
I don't care.
No,
I don't care if that
see,
cop was candy apple red. If you shoot a man in the back 7 times, it's not.
That was an execute. That guy. Honestly, I thought he was dead.
I agree that was wrong to shoot him in the back 7 times. Now you can shoot him in the back once or twice because you don't know what he's getting out of the car.
Let me say
With
that said,
listen, fellas.
Billy said,
no. Listen. Billy, I actually agree with you because listen, I'm not saying he should have, but what I'm saying is if that cop had shot him once and stopped, I would kind of be like, all right. He didn't know what he was reaching for.
We agree there.
Nervous.
You know what? I happen to disagree.
When you completely,
I happen to disagree.
On him, like, come on, man.
Let me speak to that for a minute. I disagree, and the reason why I disagree is this. Now, some of us have been in positions where we could have taken lives easily. Easily, we felt threatened. I remember being on the back of a 5-ton with 20 jokers. We could call up, Edward Howard right now. He was on the back of the truck with me. I was a detainee NCO. They were getting out of handcuffs.
Oh yeah, you was.
I was a detainee.
Watch why you said we're being live. Okay, I'm just saying.
Listen. What
happens in the desert stays in the desert.
Listen, and I remember one situation. It was at the curfew. Somebody was going over a speed bump in a car. I was pulling guard duty at the company before we at the company headquarters before we consolidated at the battalion. There was an old man in a car. His car was weighted down. That's a vehicle embedded, IED, explosive device, right? Improvised device. In my mind, I'm like, you know what? That's a life, though, right? I don't want to take this man's life, because I have a respect for life. Now,
my bad. Forget that.
Well, let me tell you. Now, had he activated that bomb and blew me to smithereens, right? That'd have been on me, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
That'd have been on me, my wife and my kids, right? I'm gonna get emotional now, right? Because it's personal, right?
Yeah.
I'm messing with you.
You don't know, though.
No, I fell for that one. That was good.
Yeah,
that's a tactic. They be trying to use that. Don't fall for it, fellas. LT Harris, Jack, we got LT Harris. He tried to use that against me, man. He said he had 2 sons that died, and I don't know if it's the truth or not. If so, condolences, LT, right?
Oh, amen.
But I don't think that.
Wait, what happened? Who died?
Lieutenant Harris said he had some children that passed, and related to Trump's policies because the Ruskies, were able to, infiltrate and yeah. So, but again, if it's actually true, condolences. But I know when we make things personal, people get emotional, right? So all I was saying is that I could have been blown to smithereens, and my family would have been without pops, right?
Yo, but listen, there's a flip side to that, because you could have killed that dude, and he had nothing that you thought he had.
No, but I understand what I'm saying.
That's a two-way street.
But you don't know that, though.
That the rules of engagement, right?
You can't.
No,
I feel
exactly,
you.
Bush.
I'm not
break it down.
Break
it down to ROE. Break down the ROE for
I had every right to take him off of here.
Okay. Now we're going. Hey, I'm with you, Bush. Now.
And we're not shooting the main.
Okay, so what is the RE for the cop?
Exactly.
The
ROE.
Well, listen. If he feels threatened,
but listen to how subjective that is. All you got to do is say I was scared.
It is subjective, and that's
all you got to do is say I was scared, so I killed him.
Guess what?
Tamir Rice, when that cop jumped out that car, right? And I saw that video. Man, he didn't even waste no time. He didn't even allow himself to become a target.
No, wait a minute,
the way it looked to me.
Wait a minute. Didn't the cop have the gun pointed at Jacob?
All I saw was a car pull up. A guy got out and shot a kid. That's what I saw.
He talking about Tamir Rice.
Tamir Rice, the 12-year-old boy.
Well, we talking about Jacob Blake. The cop had the weapon drawn on him, and he was telling him, "Don't go in the car. Don't go in the car." He went in the car. He wasn't listening.
Well, first of all, hey, they were wrong. They followed him around the car.
Hold on.
They followed him around the car.
Wait. Something keeps coming out that we can't keep letting slide either, because Billy, I don't know that's true. And so like I'm gonna be completely honest, right? And please don't take offense to it. But that is a typical, like a lot of times, racial excuse, right? Like he resisted arrest. Was he being arrested?
He was giving orders and he was resisting them.
No. Hey.
You told him to freeze, right? Hey, you got a gun pointed at you, you put your hands up. And you don't,
hold on.
No. Hey,
hold on. You can't keep framing because I don't do everything you say do. That's resisting arrest. Resisting arrest means somebody said to him, you are under arrest.
Listen. I'm no genius. I know I hold a GD, but if I got a gun pointed at me, I'm gonna go ahead and do what the man says.
Hey, but that's
absolutely.
But no. Everybody's different.
Right.
Everybody's different.
Everybody's different, right? But you gotta be smart.
No, hold on, man. Listen. Y'all are talking about human rights. We talking about human rights here. I'm not talking about your feelings. I'm telling you
about human rights. Listen, we know the cops are racist.
Up to you right
now.
Listen, hold on. If a cop rolls up to you right now and pulls out a gun, and you with your wife, and he be like, "Yo, let me kiss your wife real quick," would you do it?
Go ahead.
Hell no, he ain't kissing my mama.
So my point is, you gotta stop framing. He did not do exactly what the cop said.
I agree with you, bro.
As resisting arrest.
But my thing is, they had a chance to get him before he walked around that car. If you look at it, you had 3 police officers there. You tell me you couldn't wrestle him down.
Sarge, the reason they didn't, to my understanding, and I could be proven wrong, it's the same thing that I'm arguing with Billy here about. He wasn't under arrest.
No, he wasn't.
They ran up on him with guns out. What was he under? What was the charge? In order to be resisting arrest, there has to be a charge. What was the charge?
Well, let me ask you this: if
hold on.
If they take the stop,
if you get pulled over for speeding, do you not listen to the cop?
But hey, I got a perfect example.
It's the same concept.
Listen.
Let Billy answer the question, man. Let Billy answer.
I was leaving my job at the courts at night, 12 o'clock at night. I got pulled over by an officer. This kid had to be 22 years old, white, Caucasian. He's shaking. I said, "Oh man, he's shaking." I'm like, this dude nervous. He's nervous. Guess what? I paid that young man the ultimate respect. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No problem.
Listen to me though. Hey, that's wonderful. That's wonderful that you did that. But that's not what we're discussing right now. If a cop rolls up on me when I'm walking down the street and he pulls a gun on me,
right?
Just because I say, "Yo, what are you doing?" Why are you pointing the gun? That's not resisting arrest.
These police officers were responding to a domestic violence situation.
Billy, was he under arrest? And if so, what was the charge? What was he under arrest for?
For resisting orders, for not obeying orders.
Resisting arrest cannot be the first charge.
Let me ask you
this. There
has
to be a charge before resisting arrest.
Oh, is that a fact, Mr. Wilson?
That's a fact.
Is that a fact? We don't check the stats on that, man.
Listen to the words. Listen to the words. Resist arrest.
Right.
In order to resist arrest, they have to be trying to arrest you.
Do you remember Rayshard Brooks? They tried that with him.
I'm not trying to discuss that right now. I'm trying.
I know because it hurts your narrative.
I'm trying to discuss you saying.
Hey, do you remember Rayshard Brooks?
I'm trying to discuss you saying that he resisted arrest, and to me, that is the racial problem in the country.
Oh, you know what? Let me say this.
As soon as you see a black man not doing exactly what the cop says, you think it's resisting arrest.
Listen. The fact is this: that police officers,
just because someone points a gun at you doesn't mean you have to do what they say. You might want to if you want to live, but legally that's not the law.
You cannot do what the cop says, but how does that normally turn out?
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm talking about the law. I'm talking about the law, man.
You know what? We'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6, right? You
know,
listen.
No doubt. Listen.
Statistics show that whites are more likely to be shot and killed by a police officer than blacks. Stats say that.
That's
When,
great. That's
how old is
wonderful.
the statistics? How old is the statistics?
But you know,
30,
I thought the
okay.
I thought blacks was 13% of the
Of the
population.
population.
Well,
Right?
and there's another side of that argument. Okay, now look at it this way.
Somebody
are-
please tell me, because we never cleared up what he was being arrested for, that he resisted arrest.
Well, you
He
know
was
what? It
resisting
really
orders.
doesn't matter now, does it?
Billy,
No, it
you
doesn't matter.
cannot,
Hey, but we
Billy,
gotta know why the
you
why was
cannot
the
shoot
police
someone
first.
for not doing
Hey,
what you
but
say.
he got
Mendez,
shot though,
Mendez,
right?
what'd you say, Mendez?
I'm just saying, I like over here is why was the police there first for once? Second, he was tased first, but they didn't lock in on him.
He was tased twice.
So twice, see? And I do not know, I know something about domestic that he got called, his wife or girl called. I do not know how escalated the whole aspect on it, but we just got to understand the backstory to it. Again, I don't agree 7 shots, not even 1 to the back is liable. But whether if he was arrested or not arrested, the police was already called there for in an emergency. It's not like he got pulled over because he was speeding, we had a broken tail. Police was called in for a reason. It was wrong what happened to him, how the outcome went. So I want to make sure that's clear. But I'm just wondering, we got to make sure what is the backstory so we can help this conversation.
All I'm saying is we have to stop. And Billy, you can take this or not take it. Like, just as a black man, what you just said, as far as I know, is not factual. When you're saying someone resisted arrest, because if someone is resisting, I kind of understand like taking measures to make them resist. But you can't roll up on someone and say, hey, you pull down your pants.
Kevin, let me ask you this, Kevin.
And hold on, let me make my point.
That's not what happened.
No, but listen
That's
to
not
me.
what happened.
Listen, God damn, guys, come on, man. Like, let's be real. I'm not saying, hold on,
Yeah,
man.
you're
I'm
right.
not
I
saying-
can't pull up on you.
I'm not saying that's what, I'm not saying that's what happened.
Kevin,
What
let me
I'm saying is you said he resisted arrest.
Hey, Kevin,
What was he being charged with?
We're going to wrap this one up, but we're going to ask Mark one quick question, right? Mark.
So we're not going to address that. I got it, no doubt.
I've already addressed this 3 times. He was resisting orders. Resisting orders.
What planet is that a charge?
This is Patino.
A pretty serious charge. Consider.
Hey, what's up, Al Pacino?
Where you can say, hey, you do as I say or I shoot you. Like, what?
Al Pacino.
This dude said resisting orders. Yo, by that measure, I think I'm gonna try to become a cop so I could just roll up on people and be like, yo, give me your wallet.
Well, you know what?
And if you don't give me your wallet, that's resisting orders and I can shoot you.
Hey, Kevin, going back to my story, there we go. There we
That's
go.
a cute one.
Oh, okay, all right.
Resisting orders.
Right. Hey,
Oh man, y'all got me over here laughing, my jaw hurting and everything.
You better stop laughing or I'm gonna shoot you.
Wait a minute.
You better stop laughing.
He was a young Caucasian kid, right? Hey, if I didn't do what he said, he was nervous, right? He got, who knows? He was scared. He looking at black men, and he doesn't know. Hey, the stereotypes. What happens to me if I don't listen? Hey, why you stop me, sir? There's a reason why the cops are referred to as the authorities, right?
Oh, absolutely.
The authorities. That's the problem. I think a lot of times we want to.
I think you're misunderstanding the difference between authority and the law.
Hey, Sean, what happened to you if you didn't listen to your commanding officer?
Hey, y'all know, I ain't got to tell y'all nothing, man.
So if you didn't listen to your officer, he would have killed you.
Article 15s.
He would have shot you in the back 7 times.
He would have got disciplined.
Only twice. We only do twice in the Army. And so,
Well, hey, honestly, I gotta be careful. Hey, that's a slippery slope because we all know in deployments things happen, and then we don't know about them. Listen, hey, what happens in the desert, stay in the desert.
Oh, you can fight.
I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't be surprised. There's people that we work with every day that would have fragged us if they had an opportunity to get away with it. I guarantee that.
Not any of our 136 brothers, of course.
Bush, I do understand. So let's be clear. If that was me, I wouldn't have moved. I'm just saying I wouldn't have moved. But what I'm telling you is, it is not the law that you have to do everything a cop tells you to do. I don't know where you get that from.
If you want to live,
yo, listen to me. And to me, listen. That right there is the problem. The problem is they're taking the law into their own hands. You are not supposed to shoot someone because he doesn't do what you say.
And I agree with you, Kevin.
Because where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line? Let me kiss your wife. Nah, man, you can't kiss my wife. Bang, 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 bang. Come on, man.
It's just like the rules of engagement. If you feel threatened, there's a reason why it's set up that way. It provides a way out because guess what?
But Bush,
hazardous job.
But that way out has been abused.
Bang, 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 bang.
That way out, Bush,
Kevin,
has been abused.
You did that.
Exactly. Cullum is right. But
We
Bush,
do have.
the thing about it now, if you look at it, if you look at the video footage, before when the guy was on the passenger side, they had a chance to wrestle that guy down. They did.
Right. So you know what? Let's progress. Let's progress this discussion. Right. There was an event that took place. Right. I'm not too familiar with the second event though. Apparently something else took place. Right.
Oh, Rittenhouse.
And we're getting ready to wrap this up, gentlemen. You know, but let's just make this point. The media, again, they use it as an opportunity. It did happen. It was a real event, right? Don't get me wrong. But these real events happen all the time.
They do.
They happen all the time. But they use this event, just like George Floyd, right, to push an agenda, right? They probably had 50 events they could have selected, right? They probably could have had 50 events they could have selected. But they, you know, now they got the celebrities and the sports, you know, athletes, you know, they're all speaking out. LeBron James, you know, hey, you know, you feel guilty or bad if you don't, you know, move in that direction, right? Because the white man's the devil, right?
Yeah,
I think that's a bit extreme. I think that is a bit extreme. I think the reality is that if certain things didn't happen and the cell phone didn't catch it, that these things would have continued to happen because they've been happening, and we would have just been, you know, this is the thing. Like,
so Mark, do you think that this Black Lives Movement is authentic and they are really trying to stop violence against black people?
Well, anything, whether it's the Klan or it's the, you know, this thing or that thing, and they have a message or whatever, can be contaminated, okay? But I will tell you that when my personal opinion of, for me, what a Black Lives Matter means, it doesn't mean that I believe my people should be more than anybody else, or that white lives don't matter or anything like that. What it means for me is that I just want equal representation. I just want to be able to buy my real estate, rent it out, and not get called the N-word the minute that something happens and I got to evict somebody or I don't move fast enough to repair something. I've had white men, I own a lot of real estate in this city, and I've had other white business owners and other landlords and owners, entrepreneurs that have told me that they commend me as a black man for being able to be in a predominantly white environment and still be able to survive as long as I have and rent property out. Because honestly, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, regardless of what we might want to believe, me being where I'm at right now, that was not something that was acceptable. White men were not, they're not used to paying black men, you know, for where they live at. So there's racism everywhere. And and as far as Black Lives Matter, yeah, there's agendas and things that's hidden behind what we're seeing. But that's not what it means. Black Lives Matter does not mean that Cannon's life is worthless. That's what the media, the Republican side, wants to spin it. All this, you know, what kills me about the whole White Lives Matter, which to me is fake, right?
Nobody ever told you that white lives don't.
When did all lives matter? Did all lives matter when Emmett Till was killed? Did it matter when Armor Berry or whatever? Did it matter when that guy was shot 41 times? Did it matter when police were running up in the projects in New York City and gunning people down and things like that? I didn't hear nothing about all lives matter and that we're equal and we shall overcome and all that. Did all lives matter when the water hoses was hosing black women and children up against walls?
Don't forget about the dogs. Don't forget about the dogs.
Right. Did that matter? You know, I'm just saying that. So, and I'm not saying, and I don't believe that white people are racist. I don't believe that a whole bunch of people are racist. What I'm saying is that the people that are saying white lives matter, I have a problem with it because those same people prior to George Floyd would just skim right through their newsfeed and wouldn't even click off on that or on anything that had to do with racial disproportionary because it didn't affect them. Now all of a sudden, because they're constantly seeing that the attention is being drawn to that the representation of black people in this country is being mistreated. Now all of a sudden, now we're taking people's children and we're creating them, we're making symbols out of them when that's not what it's about. I honestly believe that man should be taken out back and shot, the one that killed that child.
Cannon.
But I don't believe that when all lives matter is authentic, because I don't believe that people that are saying that actually gave two craps what was going on in Chicago prior to George Floyd or Cannon.
Yo, Cannon's life mattered. None of us are happy that some innocent child was killed by a maniac, right? Or whatever you want to call him. He's going to jail for the rest of his life. So when you're asking for justice, right? Not anybody here, but when you see these justice for Cannon, like, yo, unfortunately, we can't bring that poor child back. But the dude who did it is going to jail forever. The dude who killed Breonna Taylor is on a beach somewhere sipping daiquiris.
Hey, Jim, let me interject right now. We've been going a pretty long time.
Let's not stop this, man. This is man. Listen, we've been doing some good dialect, man. Everybody, man, I like this, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Let's go, Jack. Let's go, baby.
I really enjoy this, man, because I don't, bruh. Since we've been back out from Iraq changed me a lot, man. I don't like fucking civilians, man. And
gotcha.
I don't put myself. I mean, I bought me a house here in Savannah/Pooler, Georgia. I bought my second home, but I just stay to myself, man. It's not about me and my son. I talk to certain neighbors, man.
How old is your son, Jack?
He's 100%. He's 14, man. But my oldest is 20. My oldest is 29, man. Okay. I got 5 boys. I got all boys, no girls. So
go on.
Salute. Me too.
But the thing is, man, I don't get a chance to talk to people like this, man. I don't mess with people like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't.
You know what? The name of this show is Brothers Dwelling in Unity. We're brothers in arms, right? We're brothers in the Lord, right? Kev, that's my BK brother. You know, we don't have the same perspective.
But no, what I'm saying is, bro, I really enjoyed this, man. It gave me opportunity.
Yeah, we gotta have you back on, man. Well, I was talking to.
And what I like, man. Kevin crazy as a motherfucker. Hey, but Billy and Color Man, hey, y'all understand about that reset. Y'all understand, man, the objective that Bill Gates got, and it's gonna happen. We say what we want. That 1% and the powers, like Bush said, the powers above that 1% are running this country. When I say the country, I'm saying the country as a whole.
Running the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's what I meant. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. They run in the world as a whole.
Right.
And Bush, you're right. It's going to be a battle, man. It's going to be a battle.
We're gonna go. So Jack, we're gonna hold on, y'all. Jack, what else you got, my brother?
Hey, man. I just want to know when the next time we're gonna have this conversation, man. We're gonna have a discussion.
Yeah. Actually, Bush, before you go, Bush, because you should go last. I want to say something. I want to say it was great meeting you, Kevin. I already inboxed Bush and let him know that we need you on. I want to say salute to everybody and respect to Bill, because I know that usually it's the fly in the bowl of milk when I'm in the room, but now you kind of getting it here, you know what I'm saying? And so we appreciate your perspectives, and and I think that this is a great opportunity, Jack. Now all these years later, we all are able to sit here together, and that says something about the situation that we was in, man. 20 years ago, we was all young guys coming up in the barracks, going to the club together, acting a fool, laughing in back of the Bradleys and stuff. And we're gonna have time to chop it up. Want to get a whole lot of the brothers on here, and we're gonna be doing this every week, man. I think this is a great.
Man, that's what's up. I'm with it, man. I swear to God, man. And hey, Bush, You still like a broke down LL Cool J, bro. Hey,
Oh man.
my boys about Bush, how Bush look like LL Cool J. Nah, man. I say he from New York, man. That dude looks just like LL Cool J, man.
I'm seeing a little bit of Rick Ross, man.
I don't get it as much.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he got that Rick Ross, man. He got that. Yo, listen. This is the thing right here. I'm gonna be sorry, Jack, man. He used to tear Bush up. Well, we were just talking about this too. It's so funny because I was telling, I was like, yeah, man, Jack used to give it to you back in the day, boy. Bush used to come running around, man. We had so many stories, man. We was a wild group of brothers.
Bush was so smart, man. Bush was too damn smart for his own damn good. You see what he did? 2 masters and 2 bachelors and.
Oh yeah. I must say, if there was like a donkey of the day on this show here, that was the donkey of the day for real. Because when you said that, I sat back and I said, "Wow, this guy literally pulled up his DD-214.
He pulled
up the resume. He just, man, he was so qualified that I didn't even want to talk anymore. I was like, yo, I'm about to just go over here.
Here's what's funny.
I was hoping I would have to do that to y'all.
Here's what's funny though. Had anybody questioned how smart he was though at the
nobody questioned, yo.
I don't think anybody said.
Yo, when he did that, I was like, that's what I was looking at. I just had that look. He was like, yo, I got 23 degrees. Man, I was working in the A&P on 34th Street. Man, I used to walk uphill, and I was like, whoa, this guy went crazy, though.
Yeah, where did that come from?
Huh?
I was like, hey, with them damn degrees, I was like, damn, Bush.
Yo, that might be a topic for the next conversation is the 30 degrees, man.
They're all online. I value the GED better, more than the online degrees, right?
Hey, you lucky Charlemagne the God wasn't here tonight, because you would have got donkey of the day, bro.
Mark,
word up.
We're gonna pass it to Kev. What you got, Kev?
Yo, man, listen, as the outsider, I appreciate
the family, brother. You ain't no outsider, man.
No doubt, no doubt.
But
I appreciate the open conversation, man. And like, and what's funny is I wish the world would kind of do a little bit more of this, right? Like, I don't think we all have to land on the same place for everything, right? Clearly, we're human beings from different places and different backgrounds, and we're not going to all feel the same about everything. But having open dialogue, is what it's all about to me, right? And so for me, I hope none of y'all feel attacked or anything. When
I feel very attacked.
When I challenge you, right, it's because, like, I feel like what I'm hearing doesn't match what we're talking about sometimes, right? And and I just want to make sure that sometimes, man, we go into this mode of throwing out our first rebuttals about everything. So, like, even for example, like Billy, I meant no attack at all. I hope you don't take it that way. I would love to continue a conversation.
Hey, Kev, let me throw this to you, man. This is a bunch of tough-skinned individuals, right? Military Kev. Bill, I know Billy. Hey, you may not know that, Kev. So I'm just letting you know. Hey, we good money, man. We good. Brother.
Hey,
nothing PC over here. Nothing politically correct over here, man.
Hey, Bush. To you, Cullum and Mendez, I'm going to bring some stuff up to you guys that happened in Iraq. You guys probably forgot about that stuff that shooting.
Jack, we want you to, Jack. We want to bring you on the show and give you an opportunity to speak to some of those things, my brother. We don't want you to because we're not able to address that all the way right now.
This is dealing with old boy that got shot in Wisconsin right quick.
Okay.
What happened. Hey, this is what happened, man. That guy that got shot in Wisconsin in the back 7 times. We had a certain captain in Charlie Company before Captain Adcock took over. He shot a guy, went against the ROE in Geneva Convention. They caught it when the drone first kicked off. When General Sanchez was he was the commander over the whole European theater. Over the whole Iraqi theater. And I remember his name like it was yesterday. You can ask Mark Line. Shot the guy. They watched it on drone. They walked past his body, went back and shot him and told the medic, "Don't give him first aid. He ain't gonna make it no way." He kind of pulled a Sexton. But anyway, make a long story short, they got him out of country. But this is what I'm talking about. It depends on your status, how they view you. Nothing never happened to that guy. That guy right now, when it came back to my attention when Billy said about Australia. He's in Australia. Him and his wife. His wife was a captain in the aviation unit at Fliegelhorst. They both resigned in commission. They got paid over $100,000 as officers. Bush, you already know that. When y'all resigned y'all commission because you went from enlisted to officer.
Dark side.
And then they opened up a helicopter business, touring business in Australia, making millions and millions of dollars. But instead of him going to prison because he was a West Pointer, they swept him from the rug and got him up out of the country before we turned it over to the Iraqis.
Right. Okay.
See, that's what I'm saying. Privilege.
Right. No, Jack. You know what? We're here for that. We're here for all that. We're here for all of that. We're going to talk about it. Some people may not believe it exists, but again, it's a matter of perspective. One thing, and it's not my turn to go here. I just want to say, when you're next to a 50-meter target, we refer to that as a fast Freddy, right? On a gun range. That's a fast Freddy. Let's go, right? Now, the individual next to the target, he's danger close, right?
Yes.
He's in hazard's way. The individual that's 450 meters back, it's not the same threat to him. He can't understand what's going on up close.
Collateral damage.
That's what we talk about. So, Bill, you may not have an appreciation for the experiences that some minorities go through that would have them believe that this systematic racism thing is real.
Some of them lived it.
Not saying your perspective is wrong. Your perspective is your perspective, right? That's not right, wrong, or different. But I don't want to talk. Kev, what else you got, brother?
Yo, I mean, so again, it was fun.
We got you, Jack.
Y'all, and I enjoy intelligent conversation. I know we threw a couple of jokes and laughs in there and everything, but I appreciate everyone. And just so you guys know, like, yo, I'm going to get my officer's badge so I can be Officer Kevin, right? And if
congratulations. Congratulations.
No, if I pull you over and I be like, yo, I want to kiss your girl, you might want to kiss your girl. Because other than that, I might put some holes in it. You know what I'm saying? Don't resist the
depending on how good that girl is.
I'm kidding, yo.
Hey, brother, respect your.
Hey, listen, hey, Kevin, don't you coming back on the show? Hey, listen, you coming back? Word up.
I know.
We all coming back. It's great conversation.
Yes.
You're a star,
hey,
Kevin.
Billy coming back.
Hey, listen,
yes,
he was so entertaining that Mendez didn't look like he was sleeping in his chair like last week. You know what I'm saying? Mendez was like this last week.
He took it light.
He looked like he was at that CQ desk with Brinson that time.
Mendez, what you got? What you got,
fellas? I'm sorry, I gotta run, man. Thank you so much for having me, man. Salute
brother.
all
God
of you,
bless you, man.
God bless all of you.
All right now.
God bless you, my brother. All right, Mendez, what you got, brother?
Hey, nothing. Hey, it was great, man. It was good calm. I'm glad to see Captain Jack over there. And hey, one thing I always got from Action Jackson was one thing. This ain't Burger King. So hey.
Man, yo, you know what? You ever like?
It's not like just. So I love it. And I love the conversation, and I definitely Bush. We even got interaction from our Facebook family. And I definitely shout out to everybody on the Facebook live who's
That's
out there
right.
bringing some good info.
Oh yeah, thanks for the support. Yeah, we had. You know what? For a second episode, and looking at the stats here, what we got here, we got 32 shares, 250 comments. So what I gotta say is that is beautiful for a totally unadvertised, totally unknown, get together with a bunch of the boys, man. And so I think this is great.
Hey, you gotta give a shout out to Sister Bean, man. BENN. She if you look at her comments, she hit some stuff on some nails
Right.
And shout out to the people that watch the show. We really appreciate you. Share this out, please share it out. This is great.
Spartans, what's up, brother? What's going on?
Great turnout.
Cherokee Garcia, that's Charlie Company 136. Yvette Wright, Michael Allen, everybody that joined in. Again, Denario Ben, appreciate all the love, lady, and the support. Hey, Mendez, again, listen, we have credentials and experience. We're not just some Johnny-come-latelys up here talking out the side of our mouths, all right?
Right.
Doors in Iraq,
Right.
Afghanistan, 5 degrees, right?
I only got 2, brother. I only got 2.
Hey, I only got 2 degrees.
Bill, you know, educated man, supported Trump, right? And listen, this is the workhorse behind Give Your Witness Ministry right here. Billy Ray Parrish. He's doing a lot of work for God's kingdom and the construction of God's kingdom. We're going to talk now and bring it on home. And really quick tie in.
Man, I like Billy, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Jack, he a trooper, right? He brave, right?
Yeah,
he brave.
I like Billy. Hey,
brave.
but y'all, y'all didn't listen to Billy. I don't think a lot of people's listening to what Billy said about this vaccine. This stuff is for real. Bill Gates, a lot of stuff. Him and Cullum hit some nails on the head. They've been reset the whole money system as we know it. And people are against Donald Trump. And trust me, I'm not a Trump person. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a freaking Republican. I'm just who's going to do right by us as the people of the United States. That's what I'm about.
Well, you know what? The caveat off that, you know, again, this whole forum, really, if you look at the topic, brothers dwelling, or the name of the forum, brothers dwelling in unity, right? That comes from Psalm 133, verse 1.
Oh, bro. Hey, believe you me, you talking to a Masonic brother. I know about the Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brothers dwell together in unity, like a precious ointment upon the head and ran down.
It came to me like
your big beard,
your God above. You know, this is what we're going to do. And, you know, we don't have to share the same perspective and opinion. When we all come together, we're unified. We're going to talk. You know, ain't nobody scared. There's another, I guess half of that acronym or slogan that goes, "We do not run," and that's a Brooklyn thing, right? Which Kevin was still on, right? You know, so in Brooklyn, you know, hey, ain't no running. I remember I got jumped in the Bronx because I don't want to run because I'm from Brooklyn. I'm really from the Bronx, but I stayed out in Brooklyn, right? But it takes some
boogie down. You from the boogie down? From the boogie down?
From the boogie down, but you know that whole bravado. I mean, there's pride everywhere. Don't get me wrong. I get it. Louisiana, you know, Harlem, you know, Tennessee. There's pride in every hood that you come from, right? But we do not run thing, and then the behold, brothers dwelling in unity, right? Psalm 133. I'm just gonna read it real quick. We got to get God's word, gentlemen, because the just shall live by faith. Faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God, right? Jack, you said, who's going to deliver us from, you know, what's going on right now? There ain't going to be no politician, right? It ain't going to be, you know, even Donald Trump. He's doing what he can, but he's not the savior. I mean, his son owns the 666 building in New York City, right? Right, and that's where supposedly the RFID, his son-in-law, Kushner, right? Owns the 666 building. That's where they manufacture the RFID chip, right? So let God be true and every man a liar, without question. We know our confidence is in God. But Psalm 133, without any further ado, behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garment. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion, for there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Hey, I want to say God bless each and every one of you and your families. Hey, the perspectives are respected and appreciated. I'm gonna pass it to Bill, and then again, thanks to everybody out there in Facebook land.
Let me say my goodbyes real quick. Bueno, le quiero saber a todo el mundo que pase un buen día, buenas noches.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Billy.
Billy still there?
Yeah. Hey, Bill, it's on
you know what? His mic is muted. It looks like.
Bill, go ahead. Unmute your mic, sir.
Oh, I don't know how that happened. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Anyway, does Mindy have better hair than Elvis?
Technology.
Does Mindy have better hair than Elvis? Hey, you talk about bringing Tennessee up. Hey, Proverbs 17:17, a friend loveth at all times, and a brother is born for adversity. In Hebrews 13:1, let brotherly love continue.
Amen.
Hey, listen, gentlemen, what we're doing, you see how many people have tuned in, right? The country and the world is in a state of panic and despair.
Amen.
This is needed.
You know, I'll tell you something. Speaking from a Christian perspective that we were talking about here tonight, All this stuff is here to divide us, to keep us distracted from what's really going on.
It is.
Scripture says that Satan is the author of confusion. You talk about the New World Order. We got one part, and I'm not a Republican. Speaking of Republican, Larry Elder said, if you want to make a black man mad, call him Republican.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he said that's the worst thing you can call him, black man.
Hey, you ain't gonna make me mad. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
both sides are just as bad.
Exactly.
But you know, Trump is changing things up. Democrat, Republican, whatever. He's shattering the mold. And you're noticing a lot of these high-ranking Republican officials are getting on the other side. And when you start seeing that happen, you know the guy that's in office has something going on. And speaking from a Christian perspective, we're starting to see the New World Order trying to be implemented even more so. Going back to the 70s with Richard Nixon opening up China, the new, NAFTA and the North American Free Trade Agreement and things like that. You know, globalism is going to usher in the New World Order. And, talking about a socialist society, the one side of the demographic is all for socialism. They don't even realize what socialism is.
It's basically a mini dictatorship.
Vladimir Lenin said that the ultimate goal of socialism is communism.
And that's true. That's what I'm saying. Dictatorship.
Yes, sir. And that's what we're headed for. A new world order is a one world government, one world religion, one world currency. And that's what we're fighting against right now. And all this division. What's that?
Mark of the beast. That's
yes, sir. Hey, and that's the vaccine. That's the vaccine that's going to come. You're talking about if you don't take it, they'll say it's not mandatory, but if you don't take it, guess what? You can't cooperate in society, participate.
And then they're gonna start opening up camps. They're gonna put you in camps.
Guys talking about there's gonna come a time when we're gonna have to make a decision. Are we gonna
live for
God and prioritize His principles? Or are we gonna take the mark that allows us to lie, sell, and live? But guess what? For the saints of the living Lord, for us to live is Christ and to die is gain, right? So
Amen.
We're ready. We're ready. Our faith is in the Lord. His seal is upon us. The Holy Spirit is in us. And God is going to give us courage in this hour for all the believers out there. And I'm connected with 5,000 people over Facebook. It's that time, the saints were made for this hour as we get ready to move into that direction with the New World Order. We're going to be given a boldness and a courageous spirit and a wisdom to answer the enemy who's going to hold us accountable, but he's not going to be able to, deal with the wisdom that God is going to give us when it comes time for that scenario to play out. So be of good heart, be of good courage, right? A lot of us don't have faith that we put on display, right? But God says that it just takes faith the size of a mustard seed.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Mountains, right? So
Amen.
Again, if you ever believe, now's the time to hold on to your faith. If you don't have faith, now's the time to pray to the Lord Jesus Christ that He impart that faith to you and that He give you understanding, that He saves you and He delivers you from the kingdom of darkness into the kingdom of light. And gentlemen, I'm not perfect. Man, you push me in the corner, you're gonna see where I'm from. That's all I'm saying. You'll know me. Jack, we got into it a couple of times, Jack. I'm a good guy, But
yeah,
hey,
you are.
Right.
All of you
push
are.
me in the corner, right? And Brooklyn's gonna come out, right?
Hey, Sean.
Come out. But I just say that you don't gotta be perfect
No,
to have faith and to be in the faith.
Man, let them talk, bro.
No, what you just said there, that's why I don't think you can separate politics and religion. You have to approach everything from Christ's perspective. If it even goes against what Christ teaches, we have to be bold enough to stand up for it.
And that's the thing.
Amen. Amen.
Even
Jack,
if it,
we definitely gonna have you back on the show, sir. We know you got a lot of information.
I like talking to Billy because Billy hits some stuff that a lot of people, him and Color hits some stuff that a lot of people don't even know about or can't even fathom, because that stuff with the reset, the currency, and this other stuff, the vaccine. That's when Cullum said money. That stuff is real, and a lot of people understand that, Billy. Cullum, a lot of people don't understand what you guys said, and I'm being honest with you. They looking at black and white, but that's a smoke screen. That's a smoke screen. What Cullum and Billy said, that's reality. They have to put up a smoke screen to get your mind off of what they actually trying to do.
Amen. Hey, the real color that matters is green.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen.
That's why I'm out here every day. Gotta do what I gotta do. That's what I told you. I don't even listen to none of that craziness, man. All that stuff in the news feed, I just start unfollowing all that craziness, man. It's toxic, man. You know what I mean?
No, we agree.
People gotta start taking care of their homes, man. Take care of the foundation. You got children. People need to start doing what they gotta do to feed their kids.
Hell
you know?
Yeah.
Amen.
Out here playing games.
But hey,
gentlemen, we're gonna definitely upload this to Give Your Witness site and on YouTube, and push it out as far and wide. Mendez, you have some connections with Amazon, right? we're not even gonna edit the N word.
I gotta do the
Yeah, I got a little passionate in the beginning.
They need that raw. They need the raw, right? They need the real.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna tell you this: when it comes to something like this, because I'm gonna be honest, you got a lot of people out here that do these podcasts and different things, and they try to, again, just like the Republicans and the Democrats, they try to fit a narrative and fit to a base, and then they're too PC. I feel like give it to them how it's supposed to be given to them, right off the top. You're real, you know what I mean, like non-scripted. Yeah. That's why Kevin was it was great tonight to have him on, man, because you know what? That energy that he had, and regardless of your past, he wasn't gonna let you off the hook if you were speaking and out of touch. You know what I mean? Hey, so Jack, same thing, man. He came in, he knew what he was talking about. People, and I also don't want us to all have the same opinion on things. If we all sit in and we just holding hands
to agree to disagree.
Oh yes, sir.
That's the whole thing.
Amen.
Right.
Just as long as we respect one each other. It's just all about respect.
Right. And you know what? Hats off to us. We're having a conversation that most people in my environment here or in our environments won't even have those conversations. They don't want to talk about those things. They don't want to talk about the real things that's happening. So we're, it's great to be building with you guys, man.
You know what the good part about this conversation that we all had as men? That we didn't try to put our values and our belief on each other. We just spit what we thought, what we believe. And what you believe, we respected each other's beliefs. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I like Kevin. Kevin's like, oh no, I disagree. Well, it's okay for you to disagree.
That's right.
It's okay for us to disagree to agree. I'm being honest with you.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And like he's tried to tell, and the thing was, he tried to tell Billy, no, they're not gonna make this. That vaccine is gonna be mandatory.
No, it is.
They're gonna make it. They're gonna pass that into law.
Yep.
Jack, it's been refreshing. I enjoyed your perspectives. You've always been a straight shooter, brother. Nothing but respect. Everybody had tremendous amount of respect for you.
Yes,
hey,
when we doing this again? When we doing this again?
We doing every Friday night?
What time?
About seven. We're gonna try to keep it at 2 hours. We went a little extra, but
you're only about 5 tonight. I was looking at the time. I'm like, man, I've been trying to watch The Color Purple for like 2 nights, and I'm not gonna get through it again tonight. But
okay, Harpo.
Yo, I had to go back, man. I just got finished running through the Godfather series. I did that over again. I watched Carlito's Way. And what's the other one?
That's a good one.
Yeah, I had to go back in time for a minute, man. What was the other one? Carlito's Way, Scarface. Right? Then he had Al Pacino. That's my boy right there.
I tell you, you go back to the 70s, man. The Warriors come out.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
What about Heat? De Niro and Pacino, right?
Oh yeah, that was a good one, man.
That's a good one, right?
Okay, I gotta look that up. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I like the old stuff, man. I watched Nightmare on Elm Street recently with the kids, and let me tell you, that was so cheesy. I can't believe I was scared of that when I was a kid. Word.
Hey, Donnie Brasco was pretty good.
Yeah, Brasco. Yeah.
Donnie Brasco. Okay. Well, gentlemen, again, God bless you, and God bless your families. And it was real. We can do it, Jack. We'll be in touch, man. We'll be talking.
Yeah, everybody link up on Facebook. I got to accept a few friend requests. I think Billy sent one in.
Send me some friend requests, man, because, this was great. I appreciate you guys, man.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Hey, and I think this is an example of how great America is and how much progress we've made.
Yeah, we did, but
Something
if,
he
if,
about
hey,
to
if the
pass out.
politicians, if the politicians could do what we did, we have a better society, man.
Yeah, well, they're the enemy. I mean, really, honestly, many
Yeah,
of
they
them
are.
are.
All right,
I
fellas.
Word.
We're going to go
appreciate
ahead and call it
everybody.
a night. All right.
All right.
Spartans,
God bless y'all.
respect.
Spartans, Spartans.
Have a blessed
Mark.
one. Take care.
All right.
All right.
Mandy,
Later.
Captain Jackson. Hey,
All right, you guys have a good night. We'll be in touch.
see you, Mark.
All right now.
See you, Captain.
All right now.
God bless you. I appreciate
God bless,
it.
God bless. God bless. I'm gonna go ahead and start the recording. That's the first thing I'm gonna do. Now I'm gonna start the Facebook Live.